Good evening, everyone. In compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law of New Jersey, notice of this August 25th, 2020 meeting of the Bridgewater Raritan Board of Education was provided on August 21st, 2020 by sending a 48-hour written notice to the Courier News, Star Ledger, Bridgewater Township Clerk, Raritan Borough Clerk, and by posting on the bulletin board in the Harmon V. Wade Administration Building. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United
States of America,
and
to the republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God, indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty
and
justice for all.
Okay, roll call, please.
Mrs. Hurley,
Here.
Mr. Joshi. No, Mr. Joshi. Mrs. Mead, Mr. Malik.
Here.
Mr. Singer,
Here.
Mr. Walker,
Here.
Mrs. Gladstone,
Here.
Mrs. Barlow.
Here. Whereas discussion by the board is required on matters that are exceptions to the requirement that a public body hold its meeting in public, and whereas the topics for discussion are legal matter litigation, personnel, BRSA grievance appeal, and time permitting, I know there was some questions on a HIB, so that as well. Whereas it is expected that the details of the discussion may be made public as soon as the issues may be acted upon publicly. Be it resolved that the board enter into closed session at this time.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we are now in closed session. Good evening, everyone. We just finished closed session and we're now up to item 6 on the agenda, the superintendent's report. Dr. Ficara?
Were we going to, did you prefer to have the HIB first? The presentation or my report?
Let's do the HIB first.
That would be Alan?
Okay, good evening, everybody. This is my first venture into a virtual board meeting. So my first question is, am I allowed to present on my screen or is that not permitted?
You should be able to
I can?
present.
Okay, all right, because then I can just, I know you all have a copy of my presentation, but I was just going to present that as we talk about it and just kind of go through that there. So just give me 1 second. Can everybody see the presentation at this point?
Yep.
I can't
Yes.
see your faces, so, okay. all right.
Yes.
So again, this is my yearly update on our HIB self-assessment. Again, this is a state mandated component of the ABR, Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights. It reflects our implementation of ABR during the fiscal year, if you will, July 1st of 2019 through June 30th of this year. It has been a different year, as you know. We went virtual, fully virtual in mid-March. And we'll talk a little bit about that impact on HIB a little bit later in my presentation. And again, this is required of all public school districts in the state of New Jersey to conduct self-assessments at the building level and then report it at the district level on our website into the state of New Jersey. Again, the self-assessments are conducted by each building's school safety, school climate team. This year, they did it virtually. All the teams met in June, towards the end of the school year. They met virtually, and they went over each of these 8 core elements that you see posted on your screen. Within each of these elements, there are sub-elements in which they rate themselves on a scale of 0 to 3, 3 meaning they exceed the requirements. Generally, 2 is a meets the basic requirements as required by the state of New Jersey in the Bill of Rights. Each school grade is maximum score is a 78. So that's anywhere between 0 and 78. These are the self-assessment scores for the district. The district average was a 76.64. If we average all the primary schools together, there are 77, the intermediate schools are 76. Individually, the middle school and the high school are listed as 76 also. So you can see there the total scores that each building rated themselves. And again, it's very subjective. They have a set of criteria, a rubric that they follow, and then they self-rate what they feel is how they met that particular component. This is a composite of all of our self-assessment scores since the state began to require school districts to report. It goes all the way back to 2012, 2013. At that point, the scale, when they first set it out, was based on a scale of 75. Beginning in the school year 2013-14, they raised it to 78. So you can see some variance there, but as we move closer to more recent times, obviously the scores tended to cluster together a lot closer. Generally, the scores are generally within the same area, 75 to 78. Again, some schools fluctuate from year to year, and that's dependent on the personnel of the committee and their views and interpretations of those elements. Some things that may or may not have occurred in the building that particular year, change in staffing, change in administration, if that so occurred. The next slide is an important one in that it shows what we also need to report to the state through our SSDS system, through the New Jersey Department of Ed homeroom, is the number of HIB allegations and the number of confirmed HIB cases in the district over the past year. As you can see, there's quite a variance between the lower levels and the high levels. And you can surmise your own reasoning why it seems to occur more later in a child's school career than it does earlier in their school career. So as you can see from left to right, we go from the primary schools all the way up to the high school. And again, since we've been compiling this data, we began compiling the data in the 2017-2018 school year. And then this is up to 2019-20. One of the things that you'll note in 2019-2020, again, this is based on the number of reports that occurred throughout the whole year, but after we went virtual, it seemed to stop. And that could be for a variety of reasons. It could be maybe things weren't reported. We weren't with the students, so staff and other students weren't necessarily interacting with each other as we were on shutdown. So primarily what happened after March 13th would have been something that was reported to us via social media. Now, I know there were 2 cases at the high school that were reported to us after the shutdown, and those actually came to our attention in June of 2020. Other than that, between March 13th and the beginning of June, there were no reported cases or allegations of HIB. One of the things you'll note too, you're looking at that number and you'll say, wow, there's a lot of allegations for the high school, and if it's just based on September to March. I think we were on a record pace in a sense of investigations, of allegations. And I think that was partly due to the fact that people are becoming more and more aware of what the requirements are or what constitutes potential HIB behavior. We've got a lot of reports from staff. Students were reporting allegations, as well as parents were reporting those allegations. A lot of the allegations were reported, but based on our information and the reports that were submitted to the board, however, the number of actual HIB confirmed cases, was much lower in 2019 than in 2018. But again, that's minus 4 months of school. So I'm sure those numbers would have gone much higher, provided that we were actually in person for those the last quarter and a half of the school year. And then lastly, again, what happens to the school climate and safety teams meet again in the fall. They generally meet 3 times a year, beginning of the year, mid-year, and at the end of the year. And again, they're going to continue to focus on school climate throughout the year. They're going to monitor their own implementation of the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights. They're going to plan for the upcoming school year. Again, we're starting the school year a little different than we have in the past. So they will meet virtually, and then they'll think of things and come up with programs and ideas of how they want to tackle HIB for the upcoming school year. And then again, address those areas where they seek the improvement based on their assessment. Any questions? And does anybody have any questions for me regarding this?
Yeah, I just have one question. I understand that you guys haven't met yet, but do you think there is commonalities in areas you think at the different schools you think we can improve on, or do you think they're all building specific?
Well, I think it has to do with if you don't mind, I can stop presenting this unless we want to refer back to it. I'll leave it up. Let me go back a screen. Just for the sake of argument. I think what happens is, at the lower level, incidents happen in the primary school. Kids say things that are mean. A lot of time their intent doesn't really match what they were trying to accomplish. Once you go up in levels, intermediate school, they begin to understand the repercussions of what their words and their actions mean. More so in the middle school, and then definitely at the high school, I think you'd see greater incidents in the use of social media to lash out at each other or lash out at targeted people. So as they become older and they have more things available to them, they become, I don't want to say the word savvy, but they understand that they can do these things in different ways without face-to-face. In the primary schools, not many kids have cell phones, so they're not going to be texting mean things or Instagramming or sending tweets about other students, because they don't have that technology available to them, and they're really not focused in on that. Whereas when you get up into the intermediate, middle, and high schools, they have that readily available to them, and they use it constantly. And there's just some individuals who feel that, you know, that you become pretty brazen when you're behind a screen than if you are face to face. So they're more willing and apt to say mean things or do things that they would through a device than they would if they would be in person. Things do happen at the high school in person. You know, they do make comments to each other, but I think a lot of it stems or is somehow connected through social media and electronically.
So I'm sorry, the question that I was more asking about is, before we even have these conversations and going into the fall, what do you think is an area that we should be improving on?
One of the things that I think we should be improving on, I know we do a lot of character ed and development and social emotional support type of counseling through with kids in the lower levels. I think what needs to happen, and I spoke with Dr. Azell about this at the high school, is that we need to focus in on I don't want to say remediate, but we need to have a more proactive or reactive approach to the students that are committing these acts, and speak to them about their actions, about the consequences for the behaviors. What can we do to support them so that they don't fall down or they don't move into this path where they feel it's necessary to harass, intimidate, or bully another individual? So what we're looking at are programs, evidence-based programs, and we're just beginning to do that, and to see what type of programs we can implement for students who have been found either to have committed an act of HIB or at least alleged to have committed something that may be construed as HIB. So we're looking at that factor. The school district does provide a lot of programs at the middle school, the high school, the elementary levels that help students to understand what their behaviors are. We talk about bullying all the time. We have Rachel's Challenge. We had Mallory's Army at the high school last year. So we're talking to kids about this behavior and what the consequence of this behavior is. Unfortunately, it doesn't prevent some individuals from doing these acts. So we need to now move into, all right, these are the students who are involved. How can we help them so that they don't become repeat offenders, if you will?
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Do you have more, or can we just ask questions? Because I'll wait until later on after you've done.
I don't have any more information to present. So if I welcome questions at this point. If you want me to stop presenting, I will.
Go ahead, Jill.
Oh, okay. Hi. Thanks for the presentation. When you talked about the number of, could you just keep it back on that slide if you don't mind?
Sure, no problem. I'm sorry.
So you said there was that red line on allegations is quite high for the amount of time we were in school. And even though it's lower in confirmed, you said you feel it's because people are more aware of what constitutes a HIB. But how do you really know it's that versus that there's a genuine problem with school climate or individual character, unless you take the non-HIB could be divided out to two other categories, right? If it's not HIB, it's either not HIB at all or code of conduct. So I would really like to see how many of those allegations resulted in a code of conduct result, which sometimes, as we've seen, could be just as damaging to targets as the official HIB. Do we know that? You know, like again, you said, I mean, what you said was you feel people are more aware, but is there a way to dig deeper to find out if that's the truth, or most of those that were not HIB were code of conduct, which still needs to be addressed?
Sure, we could dig into the data a little bit more and look at it more specifically as these are the allegations and this was the result of it. It was either deemed a code of conduct or an HIB or a combination thereof. That we can begin to do. I can go back into the past or the past couple of years And
And again,
perhaps,
I don't know if this is, I know this is mandatory to present, to do through regulation. So maybe these slides are only is what's expected of us as a district because of the statute that we have to present. But maybe that's why you don't have that. But I really would be interested. So thank you. It would be great to see.
okay, I can look into that if you wanted it at particular levels. I can speak with the building principals and see if I can derive that information from them and present that to you at a later time.
Later time. And I know there's a lot going on now, so no rush at all.
Okay, no problem.
AJ?
Yeah, I have something. Now, I'm pretty sure this is you are beholden to the policy, right? The regulation, if you will. So I wonder do you think, as far as the repeat offenders are concerned, or let's say just to nip it in the bud kind of a thing, do you think our policy is strong enough to circumvent this, not circumvent this, but make it a little bit more scary for individuals to commit these offenses? Is our policy strong enough is what I'm asking. I've gone through it once. I have to recheck. So I just wonder, is the policy strong enough?
Well, I think that the policy is strong enough. Each principal is obviously given an opportunity to dole out consequences based on the severity of the behaviors involved. There's a lot of factors that go into the giving of consequences, depending on, is the student classified? Is it a result of his or her disability? If they are classified. I think they take a lot of different things into consideration when they're giving out consequences. I would assume and bet heavily that in all of these allegation cases, whether they're confirmed or not, there are some sort of consequences or remediations or some sort of I can't think of the word, but something that is done in response to that behavior, whether it's counseling with school counselors or the student assistance counselors, involvement in other type of programs, things along those lines. I don't know that it's appropriate to have policy to say, okay, if you're a repeat offender, for example, that you're suspended for 10 days. I think it's just that the remedial approach has to be more stringent and more parental involvement and try to get more buy-in from individuals in the student's life to try and say, hey, this is what's going on. This behavior has got to change. Otherwise, then the consequences become greater.
Yeah. Let me follow up, and then Dr. Ficarra, the last thing, because I know that there is a difference between in-person incident versus internet, social media related incidents, right? Because it goes to severity or perceived incident. So that's why I wonder, that should policy be a little bit more stringent, strict on this or not? That's all.
Dr. Ficarra, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that we actually put out a caution that when we look at the rise in the HIBs, we have to keep in mind that over the last, I don't know how many years now, there's been a big push in the state of New Jersey on training for HIBs, on training staff, how it's mandatory upon the entrance to schools. So while we don't want more HIBs in our schools, the spike in the HIBs coming before us may be looked at also as an increased awareness. We all know there was bullying going on in schools long before there was a bullying law. So I wasn't here and I don't know the specifics of these, but there's two ways to look at it. One of the ways that I would suggest in terms of moving forward is taking the types of HIBs that happened over the course of the last 3 years and seeing if we develop a pattern of a particular type of HIB that we would then look in terms of providing sensitivity training to our students and our staff to remediate that particular aspect of our culture that may be tending to bully a particular category of student. And I think that's what I think that's the best approach to making sure that the actual HIB law is affecting your school by helping you to analyze your culture and see if we shouldn't be targeting certain areas for professional development and sensitivity training. And I really think that's the way to go. And I caution you, it's the same thing with violence and vandalism reports that are due. Sometimes schools look bad because they absolutely have a zero tolerance and report everything. And then you'll see another school that didn't have a single altercation in the entire district, and one has to wonder whether that reporting is correct or not. So that's just my caution, and I think the way to proceed is to look at the various categories to see if there's some PD for the future.
So can we get that data broken out by categories? Because I thought that would be very helpful as well.
Well, I think the school safety teams could analyze it that way and then come back at some point in time for, recommended professional development based on what they found. And then, of course, the supporting documentation.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did. I said, I guess when I look at this, I look at the assessment. We did pretty well. We got good grades on this, but was there any commonality where we didn't get a good grade on? What were we best at in the assessment, and what were we worst at in the assessment? Is my question. I mean, we must be best at everything, but there's got to be somewhere we're weak in, and those areas we need to focus on. I mean, we got an A or A plus here on this, and I think if we got an A or A plus, we wouldn't have any HIBs. So obviously, we graded ourselves. But I'd like to see what we did. What were you strong on? What were you weak in?
We were strong in our procedures and in following HIB allegations and investigations. The response to that, we do really well in those areas. The one area that if I had to analyze that, where we lost points, if you will, was in the professional development of the school safety teams and school climate. The schools that rated themselves lower in that area, giving themselves a 2 instead of a 3, feel that they could be provided, or they desire more professional development in developing school climate. That was the one area that stood out to me when I looked at all the data collectively amongst all 11 schools. That's where they, if any school rated themselves lower than a 3, it was in school climate area, as far as them learning how to develop school climates in their particular building. So that's an area that we could focus in on this year with some of those schools, with all the schools and their school safety teams. And what kind of professional development can we provide to them or send them to that helps them to understand and develop and implement school climate within their buildings?
Is that
Alan, do you mind if I interject just very quickly? At the high school level, the administrative team, particularly the assistant principals, have been working since last year on a plan for restorative practices, so that they are trying to kind of move away from just providing disciplinary consequences for different things. And they are actually developing a plan for professional development at the high school level. And I know they were continuing to work on it throughout this summer.
Right.
Thank you.
Mr. Singer, I think I saw your hand up also.
Yeah. So on the slide that we're on, if you compare the allegations to the confirmations, it looks like in 17-18 and in 18-19, allegations were found to be HIB about 100% of the time. Whereas last year, the allegation was only confirmed to be HIB about 33% of the time. Is there anything in particular that you can point to that actually led to that lower confirmation rate?
I think each year as the ABS has become more experienced in conducting investigations, and I think they're becoming more thorough in their investigations as well. Again, the experience is improving with them, and the connection with the administrative teams that also help to determine whether a case is an HIB or not. I think they're understanding the law much better. They understand that, does this behavior fall into those criteria which make it a confirmed HIB case? A lot of times, kids will make a single comment, and because that comment doesn't have the impact or the effect in the areas in which the law indicates, then they don't deem it a confirmed HIB case. So it has to have an impact on the individual. It has to have an impact on the environment and the learning of the student and plus it has to be a perceived characteristic. Perceived characteristics, the state legislature, the court systems have broadened the perceived characteristic part of the law in recent years. And when the law first came out, it was very specific that it had to follow, certain perceived characteristics. And if cases didn't fall into one of those categories, then it couldn't be deemed an HIV. The courts in New Jersey have recently expanded that. So we're seeing cases where perceived characteristic could be a lot of different things than it used to be. However, the impact still has to be there, the impact on learning and on the environment. And if it doesn't fit all three of those, learning, environment, and a perceived characteristic, then it cannot be made a confirmed HIB case. So that's what we're seeing is a lot of the application of the law, the experience of the ABSs in conducting these investigations, I think has led to that. And some of the behaviors, some of the things that are being reported are very simple. I know it only takes one instance for it to be an HIB case. But again, the things that are, once they're reported to us, even if it's just in passing, oh, so-and-so bullied me, we're obligated to investigate that. And then a lot of times, as you can see in the numbers there, most of the time, it has not come back as an HIB confirmed case because it doesn't fit the definition according to New Jersey.
I just have a quick question on what you just said. So since you are obligated to investigate, if let's say I'm the victim in an HIB case, do I have the ability just to opt out of an investigation and say I don't want to participate?
You can opt out and not participate. However, we will conduct the investigation to the best of our ability. And we noted in the investigation report that so-and-so was given an opportunity to provide information as part of this investigation. However, he or she denied our ability to interview that person. And then that is part of what is considered in determining whether a case is HIB or not. So the target, may say, I don't want to participate in this investigation. And then the ABS will still conduct the investigation, interview the alleged aggressors in the case, and then make a determination based on the information available to him or her, and then report it as either a confirmed HIB case or not.
Okay, thank you. Because I had a question about this on a policy that we're voting on later tonight. So thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for the HIB presentation. That was very helpful.
You're welcome.
Dr. Ficara, did you want to do the FAQs update now?
Yes. So I wanted to take the opportunity in the superintendent's report to review the decision to to go to remote learning beginning in September, and the postponement of the opening from in-person of some hybrid in-person from September 8th to October 9th. One of the things that I'd ask that Andre put up the presentation. It's merely a PowerPoint. It's flashing. Oh, there we go. So one of the things that I wanted to make sure that everyone understood was that the decision to move to remote and postpone the in-person opening for a month was not based on any predictions or opinions on behalf of the administration or myself regarding the spread of the virus. That was, or any kind of predictions about that, or that's left to the health officials. What we're primarily looking at is that the complexity of compliance with the governor's roadmap back caused so many uncertainties and changes and moving parts that continue to develop as we peel back the layers of the onions and trying to understand how we implement the plans we drew up in the first month. And many things were still unsettled. And I came to the conclusion that if we don't have an absolute handle on every aspect of the day-to-day operation, that we can't call children back to school and ensure their safety. We have to be completely convinced and sure of every aspect of what we're doing. And I just want to take you through some of the thinking right from the beginning. Andre, next slide. So I indicated in the very first presentation that I made when I got here that I got here on July 1, and June 29th, the governor's road back came out, which was 143 pages of guidance that we were to overlay across the 11 schools. And we had a month to develop that plan and get it approved so that we could notify parents of what that was. Now, some of the things that I noticed in emails, people said, well, how could you not be ready? You knew this was coming since March. And what people need to understand is that while the guidance came out on June 29th, the guidance was very specific to how schools would operate. And it's not as if when I got here on July 1, there was no PPE. We had full PPE, face masks, gloves, sanitizers, thermometers. There was a lot of work done in assuming these are the types of things we would need to implement and have in a school. But the specifics of how those, the specifics of what a school would look like and how we would have to operate were laid out on that June 29th plan. And as I said from the beginning, I did not think we had enough time to develop a plan and to develop it thoroughly. And as we went through the plan, there were various changes. Next slide, Andre. So when we look at our decisions being made on compliance, the other thing we have to realize is that the governor's road back, those are the main body of guidance, that came out June 29th, as I said before. But behind that came out some guidance from the CDC, the New Jersey Department of Health, and our local county health officials have been extremely helpful in trying to guide us through them. In some of these cases, in some of the matters that were recommended in the governor's road back, I'll just give one for example. We had to take every student's temperature on the way into the building. And so that meant us working with the principals and saying, we need you to develop a plan. What's this going to look like? What are your needs? How do we help you with your needs? And they would explain their processes to us. And then somewhere around 3 weeks ago, the CDC came out with conflicting guidance that said you should not take temperatures of children coming into school. And that was followed by the New Jersey Department of Health that concurred that we should not take temperatures of children going to school and that we should set up systems for at-home monitoring. And we're working with that right now on setting up a system where parents will have to monitor daily and then use PowerSchool to assure us. So the point is that the guidance came late and the guidance never stopped shifting. And so next slide, please. What we, throughout the guidance, one of the major features that both the DOH, the Department of Health, the governor's guidance rode back, the CDC, and our county health officials said that 6 foot of social distancing in schools was a recommendation we had to adhere to, and a recommendation that was one of those that was agreed upon by every agency putting out guidance for us. And that was the driving force, and it had an impact on the structures and the functions of our school district and caused major dislocations in those structures and functions. Andre, next slide. So just as a refresher, I've showed you this before, every school, the classrooms looked similar to this, where each desk had to be 6 feet apart. And that reduced the number of typical desks in a classroom from 25 to 11. Next slide. So when we reduced that much, we then moved on to trying to get A/B days in the schools. And we achieved that through the principals in setting up programs for the A/B days at the K through 8 level. And we were working right up into the end of July, first day of August, to try to move the high school into an A/B day, and tried a variety of different ways. And it could not happen. Essentially, the size of the desks in proportion to the classrooms were much different, and the size of the children were much different than the size of the little children with smaller desks in similar size classrooms at the elementary schools. So we had to go to an ABC day. And now we're talking about early August. So an ABC day looks like an A day. If you're in the A group, you're in person. If you're in the B and the C group, you're live virtually. And that pressed upon tech needs. So in order for students who are looking at the classroom from the BC at home live days, we had to have children who were sitting in front of teachers being on the same wavelength in terms of they had to be on the same computers or on the same programs. So that increased our tech needs. And our tech needs, we then scrambled and said, well, since we need more computers up at the high school, we could take 1,000 computers from the elementary schools. And as that planning developed, we realized that the daily pickup and drop off and the cleaning logistics of 1,000 computers switching hands at the end of the day and being picked up in the morning with a new group of students and all the cleaning that went along with that, we realized we had to move then to a bring your own device model to avoid all that logistical problem. When we decided to move to a bring your own device model, we were informed by the tech department that we needed to expand our infrastructure Those parts were immediately put in for, and some of them have still not arrived today. Next slide. So in looking at all the considerations that we had going on, caused by the 6 feet of distancing, still looking at transportation, hallway flow, supplies, what special education and ELL would look like, the external traffic flow from the school, what the fire drills would look like, how the daily cleaning would take place, and becoming more and more complicated by adding in of cleaning devices, furniture removal, how we would deal with restrooms, how we would deal with water fountains, meal distributions, recess, locker rooms, etc. And I could go on. It became it started to become clear that we were getting closer and closer to the end, to the beginning of school. And there were more and more little areas that were yet to be ironed out. Another one, for example, is it was very easy to say in our plan that nurses, the doctor would train the nurses and the nurses would turnkey to the staff. Keeping in mind that the staff has traditionally had only a 2-day PD prior to the opening of school, and that would include setting up of classrooms, etc. We realized that we needed far more PD because there were, for health training, there were still unsettled questions, and the training of the nurses by the doctor exposed a highlighted need for additional training. So again, the more we work through, the more problems we had to solve at a micro level. And as these grew and the time grew closer to school, that the opening of school, that put pressure on us to make the decision that we made. The next slide, Andre. So some of the things that we had, or still were having, dealing with were tapings and hallway signage that wasn't completely in yet and were still being expected to come in. The movement of furniture out of the classrooms. Once we decided and set up the prototype classrooms, for example, at the high school where we had, everywhere we have 6-foot distancing from desk to desk, the amount of furniture movement out of the classrooms, we are still looking at approximately 2,500 pieces, conservatively, units of furniture that have to be moved out of classrooms in the high school in order to satisfy the 6-foot distancing and not to overcrowd the class and keep children from bumping into each other. So I think you'll notice that if you look at surrounding districts that also chose to postpone, the larger the district, the more complexity. With a 2,700 student high school, we just need more time. And again, we are not declaring that schools will not open. We are saying that in order to comply with the guidance, and as we work that guidance through the school system, we need more time. There are still some questions on the ventilation that we're working through, and face masks and what the heat would do to small children. So we're still working through some of these problems, and some of the guidance that we're getting is still mixed. Next slide. Another area, when we originally asked for the survey of people who would like their children to opt out of school, we had 25% of our student population's parents opting them out. Next slide. That was July 27th. By late August, that jumped to 41% of parents opting their children out of the district in-person program. The next slide. When we couple that with the inquiries that we are getting, the written inquiries for leave and accommodation requests, At one point, they were up over 200. We added in here an additional 140, and I believe it's up from there. So when we looked at, again, keeping in mind all of this while we're moving at a fast pace, all of this was going on as the clock kept ticking and we kept getting closer and closer to school. And just 11 work days prior to the opening of school, we had shifting personnel needs. We weren't sure who was going to qualify for a leave, who was going to be willing to take a leave, who qualified for accommodations. There were requests coming in, shifting, some people changing their mind, shifting personnel needs based on the number of students on opt-out programs or parents who were opting out. So from the opt-outs and the accommodations, they were simply not equally distributed. They were shifting and changing and trying to align who was going to be where and what children were going to be in which cohorts at which buildings, and also from the distance learning started to create some huge concern with us. Next slide. So just to give an example of sorting through the distance learning that we got in the very first survey, it was 25%. And again, in mid-August, it jumped to 41%. We had one school that we recently looked at had 66% opt-out. And then you had other schools who had far less than half of that. And at the same time, we had parents sending in emails that, and I just obviously picked this name. This is Mr. and Mrs. Doe. We would like our 2 children to have remote learning. So that was not simply, we knew who the child was, there was no name. We had to find the name, the school. And so again, more and more complexities and little fires that are all manageable, but not necessarily manageable on the time schedule that we were on. And so the next slide, Andre. So we are requesting to delay the opening of school. It was supposed to open on September 8th, and what we'd like to do is have the last day of in-person learning, total virtual learning, October 9th. And the delays that we're requesting the delay to iron out the complexities and to be sure that we can bring the children back to school with certainty, absolute certainty that we knew what was going to happen at every point in time during the day. And some of the complexities that we would have is you could not even overcrowd a classroom. So, you were putting children, we were violating the guidance if a classroom could only fit 11 and 13 children showed up for that class. So what we were looking at is being able to provide certainty on what we bring, how we bring the students back to school. And I wanted to be clear once again that we were not making any judgments on our view of the guidance. And I have to say that both the students, not the students, I'm sorry, but the teachers, the administrators, and the staff have been approaching this with a can-do attitude. So we've been constantly scurrying from one position to the next, creating an alternative position, finding out that that alternative solution that we did based on a forced guidance of 6-foot distancing had another layer of complexity below that. And so the recommendation to move 1 month is a recommendation to ensure that when we do open up in person, that everything is in order, everything is solved. We know where we're storing all the furniture. We know every child's schedule, and we know that we will be operating in a manner that is organized, coherent, and nothing left to chance or not worrying about solving problems as children walk through the front door. So that's my, I felt a need to explain. I know we sent out some written documentation is there, but I wanted the board and the public to be aware that we're doing the best we can, and that the size and the complexity of our district, particularly the high school, there aren't too many high schools with 2,700 students. That's a lot to manage. So when we look at a district that has a much smaller enrollment with fewer complexities involved in managing it, maybe if we had a quarter of the population, we could have gotten this done too. But we are moving forward at full steam, and ask for your patience. And we're targeting the last day of all virtual as October 9th. And I'll take any questions that anyone has.
Tom, is there a particular date by which you expect to hear from the state as to whether or not our request to go full remote is accepted?
I've been in contact with the county superintendent as early as today. From what I've told him, he does not think that there's any problem. It's mostly a paper formality. And he did remind me that there was another set of guidance, of health guidance, that has still not come out yet from the Department of Education, from the Department of Health and the Department of Education. So we're still awaiting more guidance.
This is less of a question and more hoping you can just explain it for the people who haven't had the opportunity to read the FAQs. But could you just like kind of talk about the different, either you or Karen, can you please talk about the differences in virtual learning that happened in the spring compared to what's going to happen in the fall?
I think that one is Karen's dissertation, so we'll.
Thank you.
Day, so
you can actually look also on the website. We added a virtual learning tab that will explain to parents kind of what the changes are. And we even redefined it from calling it distance learning to virtual learning, so people would understand that it's a shift. And the major shift is that it's going to be synchronous, which means students are going to log in and there's going to be live instruction from their teachers, and they'll be following a schedule. Yes.
Thanks. Yeah. I think that's good, because I think it's very easy for information to get lost and for people to think that what happened in the spring is going to happen moving forward. So I think it's important that we make it as clear as possible that that isn't the case.
And I appreciate that, because we did put that out there a couple weeks ago on the FAQs. And I still think that's probably the number one question that we're receiving from parents. The concern is that, we're just going to post things on Google Classrooms and kids are going to be working independently, and that's not what's going to happen. And in fact, I think many districts did that in the spring, and it seems like probably the feedback to all districts was similar. And so, yes, they're going to be logging in, there'll be live explicit instruction, and students will be following a modified schedule. The one thing I think it's important to know for teachers and for students is that when we say that, like when you look at what instruction is, if you're in a classroom, right? Typically, at the beginning part of the class, you're starting off with a warm up, and then you're doing some kind of live, and I keep saying explicit or direct instruction that the teacher's providing for the class. Teachers, good instruction is not talking 40 minutes straight or 50 minutes straight. It's doing some kind of lesson or a mini lesson, and then giving students an opportunity to work in groups, to do independent practice. And so it's going to be important for parents as they're looking kind of what this looks like at home, or for teachers to realize there's a part that's instruction, and then there's a part where you're working with groups, which you can still do when you're doing it virtually. Or there's independent practice, but the teacher's still there. You're providing feedback to individuals, to groups. you're checking in, you kind of reconvene towards the end of the class, you make sure there's some kind of closure to check for understanding. So all those pieces will still be, you know, what a lesson is. It's just, you know, you wouldn't expect to see someone talking for 50 minutes straight, because, you know, that would make it difficult to learn then. So that's what you should see. And there'll still be things posted. We'll still have videos posted and assignments and activities, but it won't only be that, and students won't be working on that without direct, you know, instruction or interaction with their teachers. That's the big difference.
And keep in mind that I think this may have a structural change to what you saw in the spring, because we were asked to be prepared to pivot back from virtual and back into in-person and vice versa. The principals have developed schedules that can just become live schedules. So because they have these schedules that we're aiming at being live schedules with children back in school, virtual and in person, students will be going through their full schedule, and we'll be running more aligned like a normal school day.
So can I just add to that too, because this is a difference too that people are going to see between the complete virtual and then when we go hybrid. First of all, when we go hybrid and we still have those virtual components, there's still, like, if you're a student on virtual only because that's what your parent chose, even when we're in hybrid, again, it's going to be this live instruction. So that's going to go across all the models. But the difference between the hybrid when it's running versus what we're doing now is what Dr. Ficara just said, which is you're following a more traditional schedule. So like just the way that we would normally do it on a normal year where kids are going to school and they're running through their schedule, but we have a shortened day for whatever reason, that's how it's going to look for now. And then when we go into the hybrid, we'll go back to the model that we've been discussing where you have the AA day at K-8 that focuses on the core areas, that virtual Wednesday, and then the, you know, related arts and what we call asynchronous activities. And that's where things are posted on those, you know, other 2 days, those B days. One of the challenges that I think Dr. Ficara spoke to on the slideshow was really when we were given the direction towards the end of July that we had to run a virtual only model for students who chose that. What we really wound up in a situation where you're running two different models of instruction concurrently at the same time with the same staff. And for teachers, when we have this month, we're going to have the opportunity to practice the change that we're doing in the virtual instruction and get really good and secure with it, so that by the time we hit that October 12th date and we're doing now two things at the same time, people will be better prepared. That would have been super challenging for teachers to start with in the beginning of the year, trying to balance two brand new things at the same time. This will be better instruction for kids, we believe.
And there will be opportunity for kids to, students to ask questions as well.
Oh, absolutely. That's part of actually the professional development that we're going to do in the first 2 days, is talk about all the different ways that teachers can establish virtual classrooms, how you make connections with students in the beginning of the year, the different ways that kids can be engaged and participate, how you use chat functions. Yeah, so all of that is going to be kind of how we start. And then again, teachers will have that couple of weeks to practice in this model before they're also layering in that second piece.
I have a question. I want to thank you guys for what you've done. This has been incredibly, you guys have pivoted multiple times this summer, from hybrid to virtual to, having both. The question I had, I say technology wise, I know we have devices, we're working to get the technology forward. So it's going to be even more demanding on the home technology for people, because they're going to, if you have one or two kids, they'll be live for 4 hours versus 3 hours or 1 hour previously. How can we, if a parent needs that, should they just email distance learning? Are we going to ask again for those areas so that people have the availability of that? So I think somebody moved in, somebody moved out, just stuff like that. Those areas of technology.
We're developing some new surveys about technology that we need to know, both for in-person and all virtual. And so we'll be sending those out shortly. We need to know when students come back at the high school with the bring your own device. just what that looks like in terms of the population of our student body whose parents A, have the device, or B, are willing to send it in with the children to school, or whether the child's device at home just does not, you're not going to bring your desktop in. So we need to sort out that both for when we come back, and then we have to sort out for virtual who we need, if there are people we need to get computers to. I know there a lot of that work was done last year, so hopefully that won't be as big a challenge as it could be.
And Dr. Ficara, one difference this year is that at the 5-8 levels, we are 1-to-1 now. So last year we were only 1-to-1 in 5-6. And so this year in 5-8, we're 1-to-1. So that's why we were talking initially about distributing devices to the high school and then replacing them in the primary school, because we know we're good 5-8. So that parent should be aware of as well.
One of the things that I failed to mention, just because there was so many different layers of complexity that we were running into, you can't get computers now before December. So like, why didn't you just buy new computers, right? If we can't buy new computers because everybody, every county, every school district in every county in the state of New Jersey, I don't know beyond that, but I'm assuming beyond that is backed up with computer orders out to December. So that's one of the reasons we had to move to bring your own device. And then a reason why we need to expand the network to handle the bring your own device in terms of our firewalls and our protection against the virus.
Mrs. Gladstone?
Thanks. Dr. Ficara, you mentioned that you're awaiting some more guidance from the Department of Education and or Department of Health. Do you have any idea what in what capacity or what area that might be in? Is it?
Well, the only area that what I've been waiting to see is that I did hear the governor mention ventilation. And ventilation is something that people have raised concerns about. Parents, teachers, the information that we have on ventilation is that it's the same ventilation that you needed prior to COVID. If that holds, then we're fine. We have been examining filters. We're still making sure that the kind of filter we have fits. So there was, let me go back, there was some questions about whether we would have some recommended filter that people talked about, and then that would be the best filter in a COVID environment. But then there was questions about whether that filter fit the particular units that we had in our schools. So we have to check each unit to see what the maximum filter that we can put in it, because if you put the wrong filter into a unit, you could burn it out, or at the worst, or at the least, make it far less effective. So the fact that the governor mentioned ventilation and promised new guidance, I assume that guidance would have been here by now. And I thought it was just taken off the table, but the county superintendent today told me that he was told once again, new guidance would be coming. And I'm hoping it speaks to that because we have people who are not believers that is the way the governor's guidance has it. So if it stands that there's no further comment on that, then the ventilation prior to COVID is good enough for the ventilation after COVID. If there's a change, we'll see it in the governor's guidance.
Thanks. One other question. Do you think there's a possibility the Department of Education will suspend for this year the physical education requirement? Has anybody here talked about that? Because no?
I wouldn't want to pass on anything but rumors and speculation.
Thank you.
I had a question in terms of when we go from remote to at least some students being in person. Do you foresee anything with kids winding up with a different teacher? So they may have started the school year for 1 month with one teacher and then having to be switched.
So again, that's the part of that fluid process. So when we jump to 41% of the student body um, going to opt out, and the way that falls in different categories, um, different schools, with one school having actually 66% opt out. When we go to open with all virtual, um, there will not be a problem because accommodations will be easy for teachers um, to get in terms of um, meeting their students virtual, because we won't have children in the schools that have to be supervised. When the time comes that we have to come back to school, and depending on where the children fall, we don't have that actually nailed down yet, and what teachers choose to go on a leave for medical reasons because they're not going to come back, then at that point in time, when we sort all that out, there may be teachers and children who have different assignments based on coming back in person and the need for supervision within the class, within the school buildings.
So I'm assuming that we'll do something to try to keep the classes somewhat in sync in terms of the learning so that they aren't down.
I can address that part.
Thanks.
So first of all, they're likely that consideration is more likely to happen in the lower levels, actually, because in the high school, keep in mind when students are home learning virtually, the way that the cohort was initially designed was that a teacher at a high school level is going to be instructing those students in front of them, but also the students in the B and C and virtual only cohort, because we had to do that because of certifications, electives, the honors AP classes. So they probably would not wind up with different teachers. It'll be the same teachers because they'll be following that schedule. In the primary grades, what we're doing right now and working with supervisors, and this is something we really started over the spring and we've continued into the summer, and we were really working at last week, is, prioritizing again, like standards and skills, and creating templates for lesson planning and common assessments. So what we're trying to do is create like a more common learning plan. So in the event that this happened, because we can't control who would wind up with an accommodation, or if somebody takes a leave, that we would be able to create, a smoother transition for students. So we're aware of that. And that kind of stuff happens, certainly not to this degree, but, just even with maternity leaves or when teachers take leaves, that we have to be able to have a transition for students. So we are working on that from a kind of curriculum and instruction angle.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Were there any other questions, Mr. Walker?
I have a question. This comes a little bit from my daughter also, but we're talking about schedules and everything else. And she asked me, Dad, when are schedules coming out? She wanted to prepare to get ready, but also it's I think you guys have been flopping schedules more than you've ever had in the past. So just asking if and when those schedules come out, probably describing all the information accordingly, the communication out on that, the timing of that.
Karen?
So we are in the process. So what we're actually doing, because we had to kind of change things over, right? We had to flip schedules this week.
Just a few times.
So we're getting it's funny because I'm not going to tell you what this way is, but some of the students have figured out that there's a sneaky way where they're starting to try to check things. And not going to give any more information, but this is what I was saying.
I know it.
Oh, you do? Okay. So we're doing 2 or 3 schedules a day, and we're hoping to have this committed into PowerSchool by the end of this week, and we'll be able to release it early next week. So by Tuesday, which will be a week before school starts, students should have their schedules up on PowerSchool if all goes as planned at this point.
And in
But we're a
supporting
good
that,
way into it, so we're in pretty
yeah,
good
that's-
shape.
I figured that. I'm just like, I'll tell her next week. That's what, and everybody else.
Tell her
the-
one more week. We're almost there.
One more week. So that's good. And the other question I think I'd asked, and I saw some information on those textbooks and digital type things to help enhance the classroom. You're getting some software. We still have some of those big boat anchors to carry around. I mean, textbooks for the kids to carry around. How are we working that with everybody? Both, is there a digital option or not?
So we have two different things going on. So the one is that Jamie Kachis and I met early, or I think it was this week. It's all starting to run together. And we did go through all our instructional technology support. We're very excited, actually, because after the board meeting tonight, when things are approved, we're going to be able to share our completed list with teachers tomorrow morning. And we're super excited about that because there were lots of things that were provided free last year for us to try that are no longer free. So we did go with some of the things that we thought were the ones that were most widely used and that will best support instruction. So we have some that are, platforms that will, or web-based platform software that will support the just instructional technology. And then we have some content-based stuff. So like virtual labs, I know came up another time. So that's something that's on the board agenda for tonight. So we have that whole piece going on. While that's going on right now, there are principals across all the buildings working on their plans for how we're also going to distribute materials. So supervisors gathered, they created lists of minimally, we need to send home these workbooks, or these were the manipulatives that kids should have math ones at home to work with. And so we're working on plans. It's going to look a little bit different at each level, but we're hoping that by the 9th or 10th, we'll be able to have like a system in place where everything's distributed as well. If you'll recall last year, we turned on the dime. And so we were frantically telling people, okay, get all these things ready and send them home with kids today if you can. This year, we feel a little better prepared for that in gathering the lists. The more challenging part isn't even the pickup system, because we figured that out at the end of last year, how to exchange materials. It's actually collecting them together so we have them per student. So we're working on that right now too. So we'll have both things.
And you'll be available for those who can't pick up. There'll be a way to deliver. We'll use the bus drivers or some way in that way to deliver those resources also, correct?
Yes,
sometimes
we will
people may
find
not
a
be able to
way.
get in
Yep.
there or have it. Okay, great.
I have a couple questions, and I was planning on talking more about this in the new business. So I'll just focus on the questions. I'll still talk about what I want to talk about in new business. But this is about teachers being required to be in the classroom. So if a teacher requested to be virtual learning only, are they still required to go in person?
If the teachers received an accommodation for virtual learning, then they're not required to do it in person. But we are working on case-by-case basis, so there's really not a blanket answer for every single thing. Some accommodations are medical, and some accommodations have more flexibility to them. And part of the reason that we want to move out until October 9th is to train teachers on some of the technological differences that will be in their classes. So there will be some in-person professional practice, but we will be working with teachers. We've been discussing, working with the union about, we're not going to purposely try to make someone's life difficult for them. But we will be granting accommodations where we can, and certainly when there are no children in school, it will be easier than after October 12th.
And then so my second question is, if I'm a teacher and I call in a sick day, then since I'm sick, I shouldn't be going into the building. Am I still required to teach from home then?
Well, if someone is too sick, and I think you had this in the spring as well, but if someone can't provide a lesson, then there are ways of, we haven't fully worked this out. Karen might know more about this than me, but videos or a lesson that was videotaped for the substitute so that the substitute had it just as you would leave written lesson plans for a teacher who was coming in to substitute for your class when you were absent. So a little bit more of a high-tech subfolder.
That's actually exactly what it would be. We had I don't remember what we called it last year, but it was like, you had a partner teacher, a buddy teacher. So if you were too sick to make sure something's posted on your Google Classroom, you would have one of your colleagues, be able to make sure something was posted, and it would work that. It's like having a subfolder where you have maybe your video that students are watching, what their assignment or activity is for the day. So in that instance, in that period, it would wind up being something that, the teacher isn't there live, but there's still stuff for the student to be working on. So that's likely the model that we'll be following again.
Okay, that's it.
Any other,
Yeah.
Mr. Yoshi?
Yes, I'm not sure if it's appropriate to ask this right now, but this is with regards to activities, in particular with high school kids with SATs and all these other things that are planned for October. I think October 3rd was the date. Is that still pending, still on, canceled, in the works?
The last conversation I had, there were conversations about that, and I do not have an answer at this moment. But I will make a note and get back to everyone on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Dr. Ficara, did you have anything else?
Well, I just wanted to say that to the board and to the public that, having been here only a short period of time, it's been a wonderful experience dealing with this particular staff and the administrators and teachers and staff. There have been nonstop stumbling blocks that we came into, and the attitude that I'm being met with is there was a problem, and here's what we're doing to find the solution, or here's what we've done to solve that problem. Sometimes a school culture can be, here's a problem, and dead silence, meaning you better solve it yourself. So there's been a very positive, can-do, high-energy way of approaching this particular situation, and I can just say that as a new person here, I feel like I've been here for a very long time. But as is still realizing I've only been here for a short period of time, it's a wonderful culture that I'm experiencing here of a professional, highly professional group of people who have a can-do attitude. So we will get it done.
Sounds good. Mrs. Gladstone, did I see your hand? Okay, sorry about that.
I was just giving a thumbs up. It was nice. It was just nice to hear that after all the experience Dr. Ficara has had, and as interim in other districts, he's seen a lot of other districts and worked with so many other administrators and teachers. So that was nice to hear.
And in terms of work hours, I think you've been here a lot more than the 2 months that you've actually been here. So, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Ficara. I know there has been a lot of last minute churn with everything going on to support school starting in September. I know there's a lot of tension, and we all appreciate the support of staff, students, parents, and the community in these tumultuous times. Your flexibility to make for a successful and safe opening is genuinely appreciated. It is impossible to make everyone happy, but the administration and board are doing everything in our power to balance all the diverse needs and perspectives. I do want to address one of the questions that has come up several times with respect to in-person board meetings. Just as the opening of schools needs to follow guidelines from the governor, so do the board meetings. The Executive County Superintendent for Somerset County, Roger Jinks, has been told the board meetings are not exempt from Executive Order 173. Executive Order 173 limits individuals at indoor gatherings to 25% of capacity or limited to 25 persons. During the day, schools are able to implement science-backed measures to limit the risk to students and staff upon their return to school, including social distancing, required face coverings, limiting the intermingling of cohorts, district screening policies, and increased cleaning and disinfection of frequently touched surfaces and objects. There is no guarantees that we'd be able to do that prior to and during board meetings with adults. Please also keep in mind, we cannot control the number of attendees at board meetings. For example, the last board meeting had over 500 attendees, and tonight there's over 100 that I'm seeing right now. We also sought legal counsel about having hybrid meetings where the board would be in person and the attendees would be virtual. But the guidance provided by our legal counsel was that this should not be done from a legal perspective. So we did pursue multiple avenues in terms of looking at whether or not we could do in-person meetings. So I just wanted to get that out there in terms of where that stands. Next, I wanted to mention we appreciate the emails that we have been receiving from a broad spectrum of stakeholders, providing input and perspectives for us to consider. While I've not been able to respond to all, I do want to everyone to know they are all being read. And lastly, please continue to model behaviors which keep you, your family, and our community safe and healthy. The more we do this, the sooner our schools can return to a sense of normalcy, which we all crave. Please be kind and remember, we share the same end goal. We are in this together. Next, we are up to the Vice President's report, which we are going to skip today. And so we're now at item 9 for the committee reports. And first we have Mr. Malik with the Academic Committee.
We met on August 18th at 6:30. In attendance was myself, Ms. Hurley, Ms. Gladstone, Ms. Jones, and Dr. Ficara. First, we went over new curriculum and revisions. The committee reviewed curriculum reports that were submitted by supervisors detailing summer curriculum writing and summer curriculum projects. One member requested that all BOE members are given access to curriculum documents so that they can review stage 1 of all curriculum projects. As summer work often additionally includes the creation of assessments and activities, Ms. Jones also shared 2 examples of completed units so that BOE members can see what a unit looks like with all 3 stages complete. When asked about implementation, Ms. Jones explained the importance of slowly rolling out aspects of new curricula at the start of the year, as teachers will need to focus first on establishing virtual classrooms. There is also additional discussion of policy related to maintaining separate curriculum documents for AI, E, and honors classes. This conversation will be revisited during the Gifted and Talented program evaluation. Finally, a member expressed interest in seeing the K-12 scope and sequence for grammar. Second, we went over the annual policy review. First, 2431.4, prevention and treatment of sports-related concussions and head injuries, and the regulation for that, and 2360, use of technology. Both policies were reviewed by the committee. A BOE member asked about modifying the policy for sports-related concussions to include any concussion regardless of the cost. There is a brief discussion about whether such a policy existed in an old policy manual. Ms. Jones will check with Dr. Sylvia as to whether this modification is made. Next, we went over the charts of discipline. The charts of discipline were reviewed by the committee with the exception of 2 additions to the high school chart of discipline. And we're also going to be including, the change that I'm about to say is also going to be included at the primary and intermediate level. But all other schools' discipline charts remain the same. So in the discussion of the high school chart, it was recommended by the committee that additional offenses are not specific to masks and or COVID, but instead read, quote, a willful and defiant refusal to comply with health and safety regulations as the, end quote, as the violations. So this is for the high school and the middle school. It's already in the charts of discipline, but the administration is still working on the primary and intermediate levels in regards to age appropriate consequences. And then the middle school chart was also aligned with the high school chart for vaping consequences. Next, we went over the annual statement of assurance for for the comprehensive equity plan. The 3-year cycle for the comprehensive equity plan has not ended and the plan is not changed. A member asked about an equity policy reviewed during personnel and recommended that such policies also be reviewed as a part of the academic committee. Next, we went over the professional development plan. The district professional development plan will focus on recommendations made through the NJDOE's the road back, keeping the health and safety of students and staff at the forefront while promoting the continuity of learning and the hybrid and virtual models. The district will also prioritize the social and emotional health of students and staff while providing students with equitable access to curriculum instructions and technology. Additional professional development required by statute or regulation is also included in this plan. Next, we went over the district's mentoring plan. It supports novice teachers as well as teachers new to the district, which was reviewed. This includes establishing mentorship partnerships, new staff orientation, and new teacher induction program. And finally, with other topics, Dr. Ficara provided updates related to the start of school, specifically the need for additional devices at the high school to support hybrid and virtual instruction. Dr. Ficara outlined a BYOD, bring your own device plan for the high school. We adjourned at 8:15 and our next meeting is September 2nd. Any questions?
Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Malik. We're now up to the Community Relations Committee with Mr. Joshi. Mr. Joshi,
Yep,
okay.
got it. Yes, the committee met on August 18th at 5 p.m. In attendance were myself, Mr. Malik, Mr. Walker, Dr. Ficara, and we had a guest member, Dr. Azell, as well. We discussed the entry plan, in particular, how the extracurricular activities are currently progressing with all the safety protocols in place. Various phases of the plan were also discussed. In particular, of note is that all outside vendors are not allowed in any buildings until September. Also, this is very interesting. A video is being prepared by the principals of each of the buildings. And this video will review expected practices and what the safety protocols will be once the schools do reopen. This video will show the students what the schools will look like, classrooms, hallways, and the general practices that are expected of them, including the climate that we're in, and what to do once you're in the buildings. Next, we discussed having all the fields in this town, the district fields, having signage indicating what the safety protocol should be. The next on the agenda was extracurricular activities, including volunteering for middle school and high school kids. These activities are progressing, including field hockey, football, soccer, marching band, etc. Other topics we discussed were that Dr. Ficara explained that a new code of conduct will be issued and will be posted on our website with regards to the current situation. And also, we'd like to encourage everyone to visit our website because it has all the up-to-date information. As you know, Dr. Ficara said earlier, this is a fluid situation, things are changing. So please visit the FAQs. And that ended the meeting at around 6:30. Next meeting is September 17th.
Any questions for Mr. Joshi? Okay, thank you, Mr. Joshi. And now we're up to Finance, Facilities, and Transportation. Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker, you're on mute.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Yeah, we met on August 10th at 6:30 p.m. remotely. In attendance was Mrs. Barlow, Mrs. Mead, Mr. Singer, myself, Dr. Ficara, and Mr. Stars. The first item on the agenda we discussed was the draft of the business agenda for the BOE meeting this evening, specifically attention paid to the Digital Divide grant on the application and the purchase addendum. The administration made a recommendation to prorate Panther preschool tuition to $100 during the time of remote instruction, and we recommended that. Facilities use. The committee discussed not allowing the use of our indoor facilities during the pandemic, along with outside use being made available with submission of a plan to adhere to the state guidelines by the requester. No recommendation at this time. We had a discussion on the summer projects going on. Mr. Stars gave us an update on the Bridgewater Raritan High School roof replacement. It's almost done. I think they're waiting on the metal edging right now. The Adamsville fire alarm project is moving along, and they should be switching over to the new system soon. The voice over IP phone project throughout the district is moving forward. Once that's done, I think we might be in compliant with Alyssa's law, which is great. 3 projects are currently on time and within budget. So the next, we discussed the transportation contractor payments update. Mr. Stars discussed the negotiating with Kensington Bus Company for the payment during the time of distance learning. A contract amendment for Kensington will be on the agenda for action in the future. Security update. Lynn, did you have a question? Oh, okay. Dr. McCarr provided the committee with the latest offers from the township concerning the agreement for SROs and class 3 officers for the upcoming year. Mr. Starvers reviewed and discussed the proposal from the vendor for security cameras and access control within the committee. The township will be asked to provide an agreement for review prior to BOE approval. Future information to be obtained regarding the vendor's proposal for the cameras and the swipes. Bridgewater Raritan High School generator proposal. The committee reviewed the proposal for engineering services to design the generator system for the Bridgewater Raritan High School for the district's communication hub. Mr. Stars indicated the generator contractor was also meeting with the facilities department team. There's no recommendation at this time. We had a policy discussion. Most of them are mandatory policy reviews. Policy and regulation 7420, policy and regulation 7422, and policy and regulation 7510. No changes at this time. We had policies for first reading. We discussed in the committee review to discuss the policy 8613, waiver of student transportation, and also 8130, school organization. We had left off Hamilton School by accident, so it was good catching reviewing the policy. Both policies are on the agenda this evening. Some other matters we discussed. The committee discussed an insurance legal case, the contracting of the special counsel for an investigation, and start times in September, and the board meetings. Recommendation: a letter will be requested to be sent by our attorney to the insurance carrier. A resolution approving the special counsel will appear on the agenda this evening. We adjourned at 8:10. Our next meeting is September 14th, virtually at 6:30 p.m. Any questions?
Barry, I have a question, not really on what was discussed, but since it's FFT and we're talking about reopening, I wanted to just ask, and maybe it was mentioned a couple months ago, but I was looking at the Bernards Township reopening plan, and they have in there that they've been installing touchless bottle filling stations. I'm reading this. So faucets, paper towel dispensers, soap dispensers, and hand sanitizer dispensers using, and signage for that. I know we're set on signage, but as far as getting quotes, I know we're a huge district, but if we're going to be facing these times, we don't know what's in the future, different waves, and what could be another pandemic or even a bad H1N1 type of thing.
It's good hygiene either way.
Right. So, I mean, our next door neighbor district they're almost done, I guess, installing touchless bottle filling stations, faucets, paper towels, soap, and hand sanitizer. Can we get an estimate? Maybe we could.
I'm sure we can, but I'm going to pass that to the powers that be.
Pass it on to Mr. Stars.
We certainly can get an estimate. We can bring it back to the FFT committee. It will not be inexpensive, or
I'm sure
it'll be a recurring cost for some of those things too.
Right, and maybe who knows how many current faucets, paper towel dispensers are very old and needed to be replaced soon anyway. So maybe like a a rolling basis, but that would be great. I think if other districts near us are doing that, we should at least take a look for safety for everybody. Thanks.
Thanks, Jill.
Any other?
Anybody else?
Okay, it looks like none. Thank you, Mr. Walker. And now we're up to personnel with Mrs. Gladstone.
Thank you. We met August 17th at 5 p.m. I was myself, Mr. Joshi, Ms. Mead, Ms. Barlow, Dr. Fakara, and Dr. Villani. First, we had a review of the personnel addendum that's on for tonight. We just went through the draft and everything is in front of us tonight. No big discussions. Then we had we had the draft restart and recovery plan, which is on for tonight, which for questions I'm sure will come up later before we approve it. We had a brief discussion on the 2021 staffing. Dr. Villani reviewed with the committee members items connected to the staffing, including requests for leaves of absence and accommodations. There was no action for us at that time. Policy updates. Dr. Villani reviewed with members updates to policy 1649. That's the Federal Families First Coronavirus Response Act and Bylaw 01, and then 0143 board member election and appointment. Those are on for tonight. We also reviewed policy 1648 and 1648-02, the restart and recovery policy and regulations, or processes and procedures. It's on the full board agendas tonight. We also reviewed a contract for the human resource manager up for the full board for approval tonight. We had a discussion on lead care providers, the job description. For that, it was going to be recommended for full board. I don't know if it's on there. Someone refresh my memory and we'll get there later, but we had a job description for lead care provider for the BR Cares. We went through the committee calendar for the remaining meetings for personnel committee. We set the September and October meeting dates. We had a very brief discussion on the school safety update that Dr. Fakar and Dr. Villani shared with the committee, information related, including about the camera installation project and safety updates. Basically that what Mr. Walker talked about, just the FFT asked some questions about that. Committee calendar, we really reviewed. That was it. There's nothing really else to discuss. We have another meeting set up for September 14th at 6:30, but as a reminder, we have to change that. We found out that FFT is that night. So I'll be getting in touch with the other committee members to set up a new date for that week of September 14th. We adjourned at 7:17 p.m. Any questions?
Yeah, I just had one question. For policy 5751, did the recent federal changes of Title IX impact us, and did we have to change the policy accordingly?
That is a question for somebody higher than my level, actually. I don't know if anybody else wants to step in. Dr. Fakar? Can't hear you.
Oh, how's that?
Yeah.
So typically when there are legislative changes, they get sent down to the state level and translated if they're from either the state legislature or the federal, and then they're translated into through the Department of Education for regulations for the districts to follow. And then simultaneously, the agencies such as Strauss Esme are tuned into those same regulations and writing recommended policies for us. So it usually takes some time to translate the law into regulation, and that's generally done at the Department of Education level.
Okay, yeah, I just want to double check because it did seem like a Strauss Esme update. So since I assumed, I just wanted to understand if there was some type of discussions at the board level or if it was just all done through Strauss Esme. The
policy, the committee discussed, that was part of a a bunch of policies associated with affirmative action changes
Mhm.
that
Yeah.
Dr. Valani worked with our board council on. So it was a stress estimate policy, but it was also reviewed by our board council. So, and does that help?
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have one. So Jill, the job description's not in the shared drive, and neither is the other personnel item for the manager job is not in the on the board agenda for us.
Just-
so that can be
I just forwarded it to you via email.
okay.
To all-
Great.
all-
Peter. I was just following up on that.
So, okay.
Addressed.
Any other discussion or questions? Okay, thank you, Mrs. Gladstone. And next, are there any liaison or delegate reports?
I do have one from the School Board Association. There was everyone should have gotten it today. There was a new bill passed or it proposed that they're advocating against. You should have gotten some emails on today about they're doing personnel through legislation, personnel, obligations through legislation. So just something to look at that came in today's email. I'd ask you all to please look at that. So.
Is there a specific time you need feedback by?
You'll see there's a sample letter you can send and contact your senators on. It's what if you're concerned about it. So we could take an action as a board if you want to look at it next time. I don't know how fast it will move through the Senate at the moment. It's a Senate bill, so just something you should take a look at.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I did take a look at it.
So everyone see today. Just take a look at it and thoughts and something we work as a board or individually on.
Okay. Any other liaison or delegate information? Okay, we're now up to the first opportunity for open public comment. And before I read this, I have noticed on the second open public comment that some people are just putting in an initial for the last name. You do need to put in your full last name, not just an initial. So for those that did that, I'd appreciate if you went in and updated it. Okay. Individuals and/or groups are invited to present their concerns, comments, and requests to the Board of Education at this time for any matters. In accordance with board policy, members of the public are allotted this opportunity to address the board for a maximum of 5 minutes during this period of the meeting. As this meeting is being conducted remotely as a virtual meeting, all public comments can be made by completing the form online. Board members are able to see all comments and will be posted for viewing at the appropriate point in the meeting. And so everyone should be able to see it on their screen now. Okay, the open public comment for the first session is now closed. We are now up to approval of minutes. So we have July 21st, 2020 regular session and the closed session and the August 3rd special session and the closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Mrs. Hurley? She jump off. Mr. Joshi,
Yes.
Mrs. Malik, Mr. Malik, sorry,
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Mrs. Gladstone,
Yes.
Mrs. Barlow.
Yes, motion carries. We're now up to personnel 21-03 through personnel 21-06.
So
Is
moved.
there a second? Okay, any discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please.
Mr. Joshi,
Yes.
Mr. Malik,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Mrs. Gladstone,
Yes.
Mrs. Barlow.
Yes, motion carries. We're now up to curriculum 21-03 through curriculum 21-08.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I had a question on curriculum 2108,
Okay.
The professional development plan. With evaluations no longer on the table, can you go into some detail as to how teaching staff are receiving feedback and how they'll otherwise be evaluated to assess their needs as they work in the new model?
I can't, so I can't tell you formally how we're doing it yet, because I actually did reach out to the state on 3 separate occasions. And what we were told is that once districts had the opportunity, let's call it, once districts were able to completely go out virtually, the state realized they have to actually change the system. So they don't have a system for evaluation, but what they told us is that they are considering creating portfolio systems where you would show like your virtual work. With that said, we're doing professional development or working with teachers in professional practice, every afternoon during that first month. So, we receive feedback from teachers in lots of ways. We did that actually over the summer. We met by different grade bands and did focus group discussions so that we could get a better sense of, what kind of support teachers need. So a lot of that for now will be, we still check lesson plans. So teachers are still going to be required to check lesson plans. We'll have Google Classroom codes. We'll be able to see Google Classrooms. We'll meet with teachers. They'll share things with us. That's really how we'll be looking at it for now, which kind of does lends itself to a portfolio system. I would imagine if at some point we're back into school in a more traditional sense, then we would go back to a more traditional way of doing observations for teachers. But even that right now, when we think about going into a hybrid and controlling the number of people in a classroom and trying to cohort and not kind of cross-contaminate, would present a challenge as far as, having an additional person going in, or the potential for an administrator to be in, 4 or 5 different classrooms in a day. Actually still waiting for more direction from the state, but we still would be able to check plans and look at Google Classrooms and have informal conversations with teachers and collect samples of assessments. We have access to grade books, all of those things. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Joshi,
Yes.
Mr. Malik,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Mrs. Gladstone,
Yes.
Mrs. Barlow.
Yes, motion carries. We're now up to business 21-14 through 21-21.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Yes, Mrs. Gladstone.
Let's see, the map test license renewal for first, is that, can you just confirm, Mrs. Jones, that that's for grades 1 through
9.
1 through 9, and I guess it can only be done once kids are back in school. Is that right?
I actually don't know that that's accurate. We might be able to do it remotely, but we're not there yet.
Okay.
And that's the tool that we're going to use for universal screening this year, but it's also, hopefully it'll give us a sense of, with us having been out at the end of the school year, be able to target remediation for individual students. So,
Okay,
yes.
great, thanks.
Mhm.
And also, the estimated for WB Mason, $175,000 for all the office supplies, paper, toner. That even with so much that we're going digital, that seems like, I'm sure that's the cost, but I thought that we're going to, like for the math department, so many of the math textbooks that we're using is online assessments. And there's more and more digital, especially if we're going to be all remote for a month and then almost 50% remote. So is that overkill, or is that really what we need? I guess I assume it's what we need, but it just feels like we're going more and more technology driven. Using different software platforms and digital resources. That I just want to make a comment. Not really a question, but a comment.
Any other questions or discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Joshi,
Yes.
Mr. Malik,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Mrs. Gladstone,
Yes.
Mrs. Barlow,
Yes, motion carries. We're next up to special services, 21-04 through 21-06. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call, please.
Mr. Joshi,
Yes.
Mr. Malik,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Sorry. Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Mrs. Gladstone,
Yes.
Mrs. Barlow.
Yes, motion carries. I just wanted to go back to business for 1 second and just thank Dr. Mock for the 2 trees that were gifted. Now we are up to other, and it's other 21-05 through other 21-09. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Yes. Thanks. Any discussion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the approval to restart and recovering to open school. So that is actually, that's not the policy, right? That's just approval. Or let me see. I'm a little confused because we have that, but then we also have a policy with basically the same stuff. Is right? We have the plan.
Yes.
Hold on. I guess it's 1648. So I'll just wait for that, actually. So no discussion for me.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Joshi,
Yes.
Mr. Malik,
Yeah.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Mrs. Gladstone,
Yes.
Mrs. Barlow.
Yes, motion carries. Next, we're up to policy, but I was given a heads up that some people may have a lot of questions. So I just wanted to get people's opinion in terms of whether we should open it up for the second public comment now, or if we want to hold off until after the policy discussion.
I would open it now.
Okay. Any disagreement? Okay, then we'll go ahead and do the second public comment section. So let me just read this. Okay, individuals and or groups are invited to present their concerns, comments, and requests to the Board of Education at this time for any matters. In accordance with board policy, members of the public are allotted this opportunity to address the board for a maximum of 5 minutes during this period of the meeting. As this meeting is being conducted remotely as a virtual meeting, all public comments can be made by completing the form online. Board members are also able to see all comments and will be posted for viewing at the appropriate point in the meeting. And everyone should be able to see it now. Okay, that now closes the second public comment section. And again, please, the people that just put in their last name as an initial, if you can please update the spreadsheet. We're now up to policy 21-04 through policy 21-09. Is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. I think we can start with, I don't know if we want to go policy by policy, or should I just get all the questions I have at once? How do you
I
want to
think
proceed?
go policy by policy. That's just my opinion.
Sounds good.
All right. I don't have anything with regard to, until we get to bylaw 0143 regarding election and appointments.
Okay.
So if anyone else has before that, all that stuff is second reading, so I assume not. Okay. Bylaw 0143 regarding board member election and appointment. It seems to me that the statement that the board may deliberate in executive session, followed by the statement that board members shall express their opinion in support of their vote in public session, would be contradictory. So I don't know if that was put in as an either or to be discussed, or if that's not that way.
So personally, how I interpreted that was if a board member, like there is no requirement for a board member to discuss their opinion in public in the public session, but it allows them to have the opportunity to speak up if they want to.
And I'm pulling it up, so I need a minute here.
That was not changed from the old policy bylaw, just so you know.
So when terms like shall are used, as far as I'm concerned, that's a
Right.
mandate. So
Right.
when you say that the board may deliberate in executive session, they don't have to. But when you say that the board shall express their opinion, so the public can witness any deliberations, that's a mandate.
I agree with you.
I think what it was meant, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's fine. I was done with that.
Well, I think what was meant to happen there is that if you deliberate in closed session, when you go ahead and vote or in open session, you should give some reason why you are supporting that particular person.
Okay, I'm not in favor of that. I think that the reason that we deliberate in closed session is so that we can have an open and frank discussion, and that if we then have to repeat that discussion in public session, we will not be able to open and frank.
Okay, and I don't think it's meant that you repeat the whole discussion, but you may say, I nominate person ABC because I think they have a lot of good experience that will be helpful to the board. I don't think it's to reiterate everything that went on in closed session.
So would you say to flip those two?
I would.
Put the shall, you know what I mean? Flip the two words in the two
No, I
sentences.
would. That we will deliberate in closed session and that we can express our beliefs in public.
I think we would need to take this back, just so you are aware. This came from Strauss Esme, and we actually changed some of the stuff, not this particular piece, but in terms of how people get voted on once nominated. That was the piece that we changed. And we went through legal counsel on it. So if we're going to make other changes, and we can certainly bring it back to Dr. Villani, but if we're going to make any other changes, I think we need to go back through the whole legal process.
Okay.
But now,
Fine to do that. I think we should probably request it to go back to Personnel Committee.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have other questions on that though, on that policy. So I'm not done with that one yet.
but the thing is, Steve, just to answer that, we did deliberate this, and now I'm looking at it again, and you're right. If we flip those two words in those two sentences, it kind of makes sense. So yeah, go ahead.
The next part I had is that we don't address the nominating situation in any way. So I'm curious, as it stands, each board member had the opportunity to nominate a candidate and I guess second a nomination. I'm curious whether or not that should be, it's curious to me that a board member can second a nomination after doing their own nomination. Was there any deliberation of whether or not that should be permitted?
There was no discussion about that I recall.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat your question or your comment?
The question is, if I nominate someone, can I then second your nomination? And I don't see anything in the policy addressing that, and I'm just curious if that was considered.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
And again, that can be discussed, but there wasn't any concerns raised in that regard. And I don't think we prevented it when we just went through that situation.
No, but since the policy doesn't discuss it, it was unclear whether or not it would be allowed or not.
Okay.
So that's.
Would that fall back on Robert's rules, though?
I'm sorry?
Under Robert's rules, you should be able to, there's no, you can nominate and second anybody you want, right? I mean, you could make a motion and second it no matter what you do. It's the same thing under Robert's rules. I'm just wondering if we need that language in there or not. So that's a good reason to go back.
Well, I think back to personnel and have council just answer that question. If it's silent on the nomination process, you want to know that if you nominate someone, can you second someone else's nomination?
Or are you foreclosed from doing that, or is it fair game?
Okay.
The last question I had on this bylaw is that with a simultaneous vote, can a board member vote for multiple people, or is that board member's vote a one-time vote? So if we have 4 candidates nominated by board members, are the 8 votes then distributed among those 4, or do you get to vote for as many of those 4 as you want to?
I think I'm sorry, Jackie, go ahead.
I was just going to say, my understanding is you get 1 vote.
So to me, that's not clear in the language.
I agree with Steve on that.
And that's fine. That's why we're here.
That's why I bring it up. That's all I have on that right now.
So just correct me if I'm misstating anything.
All right.
So I guess, is this going to be tabled then? Since it might.
This is first reading.
Right. So just accept
we're
it.
okay with it if it's first reading.
Okay.
Right. All right. I'm going to move on then to 1140, the affirmative action program.
Okay.
And the only question I have is that prior to these changes, the board was required to develop a comprehensive equity plan once every 3 years. And I don't see that in here. So are we no longer required to do that under the statute?
Steve, it was developed last year and it's for 3 years. So we're just in the second year of it. So like what we do is we sign off on a statement of assurance every year to say that we're still in the midst of it. So this is year 2, then we have next year and we would develop the next plan.
Right. The question I have though is there's language. If you look at the struck language, the 3rd paragraph says that the board shall develop a comprehensive equity plan once every 3 years. I don't see that in this language. So we're striking that. Does that mean that the requirement is no longer in play, or is that done somewhere else?
It may be in statute, Steve.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
So,
Yeah, we would have to check that with the, well, we could even check that internally, but I didn't think that was, I think that might have been taken out because I think it's just in statute.
Okay.
I think it's in statute because when we were going over the comprehensive equity plan in the academic committee, I remember seeing a statute numbers in it. So I assume that's the statutes on it. We could bring it up if.
Again, it's more for me trying to figure out and navigate these policies. It's my understanding that a lot of these policies are mandated by statute. So it was curious to me that this was removed if the statute has not changed. It's fine. We still have the requirement if it's mandated. It's just not in our policy. And I'm okay with that. I was curious.
But it sounds like we should verify it.
The next set of questions I have are regarding the restart and recovery plan. I don't know if anyone had anything on 1530 before we go there.
It doesn't look it.
Okay. My concerns with regard to the restart and recovery policy, or the plan as policy, is that it doesn't appear to include revised guidance by the Department of Ed. For example, on page 2, it still says that district must screen students and employees upon arrival at school. But as Dr. Ficara mentioned before, that's no longer a requirement. Similarly, on page 3, it says that students are strongly encouraged to wear face coverings, while the guidance is now that coverings must be worn.
That was definitely changed in the plan, but I guess it
Right.
didn't get transferred into this policy. That was definitely talked about, that second thing. And we also talked about the screening because they're not taking temperature, but they are, I think that like the nurses are going to be trained on, and the nurses are going to go over with staff, just generally, just kind of be on the lookout for. They're not taking temperatures, but.
Right. So my overarching question then with regard to this policy is it supposed to be a living document that changes as the guidance changes, in which case we'll be amending this regularly, or is this simply based on the June guidance and checking a box?
Yeah, so I think we kind of discussed this, right? That because this is so fluid, I don't know, how do we do that? Because things are changing as we speak, right? On a weekly basis, as the governor speaks, something changes. So how do we circumvent that and say that asterisk, something, a footnote saying, as of this date, is that something that's doable? And
Yeah,
then,
I actually had a conversation with the county superintendent about that today. He recommended that that they didn't want too much detail in the plan because exactly what you're just finding. As the plan and the guidance develop, we'll have to keep going back and correcting. I think they're trying to find a way out of that. So the initial plan, Strauss Esme policy came out, and then behind that policy was the plan. As the guidance changed, the plan changed, and it appears that there have been instances that were changed in the plan that we didn't go back and correlate back into the policy change, which was the original change on the original policy and the original guidance. The only thing I can suggest at this time is that we cover this and come back and amend it, because then there will probably be additional amendments going forward. So we'll go back and revise the policy as the guidance continues to change, because as I said before, there's going to be more guidance that comes out.
Yeah, Strauss will probably update that for us too and give us the updated guidance on that. They usually, they're going to be behind it. This one's a moving target.
Well, the temperature one is probably the most salient point of changing, because they actually changed the guidance. Some of the guidance morphs over time, but this was an actual change. You should to you should not. I don't know I hope we don't get too many more of those.
Steve, you're looking, what page on that whole 70-page thing is that?
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
77, we have the whole policy, all the policies in 77 pages.
Yes.
What policy, what page number?
For the screening and the masks?
Well, that policy, yeah.
So policy 1648 is only 10 pages, but I was looking at page, I think it was 9 and 10.
9 and 10 of the 70, but no, of the whole, never mind. I'm talking about the
68.
whole. Thanks, Barry. So I just want to go to that. And I understand we can't scroll fast on my Chromebook, but the plan that we approved earlier is something that we have to submit to the whole, county and state. This is a mirror of that. That's our own policy. So I would think we would want to be, I know that you said, Dr. Ficara, that the county superintendent feels that what we submitted to the state doesn't have to be too detailed. But I personally think our policy for our own district should have a lot of details. And even if we have to keep changing it, because there's a lot, there's so many restrictions and rules. And I was going to bring up the mask part, not about required, because that was we missed that, I guess, about required. But I felt, and I've already written to Dr. Fakara this morning about this, I am not happy with the way it just says face coverings, because as I mentioned before, I looked at our neighboring district, Bernard's, and I would like to see exactly what they have about masks, because they'd say that, I mean, I'd like to, they say they have to cover both mouth and nose. The face mask may not be shared. They might not have a vent. They have to also be a three-ply surgical type or two-layer cloth type. Students should carry a Ziploc bag or a brown bag in the backpacks to store the dirty masks. Face shields are not permitted to be a replacement. And also no gator style masks. I mean, there was a Duke University study last week that showed that a single layer gator style was was worse than having no mask at all, because the way it broke down the droplets, and it spread more than rather just dropping down to the ground. And there's that KN95 with the vent. Those are not good. Bandanas. I really think we have to be more specific, not necessarily what we send to the state, because that's just like check in the box that we're compliant. And that's just the minimum. But as a district, I really feel strongly that we should model our neighboring district and do exactly what they have. And I'll be happy to I don't know if it's just going to go back to committee or or just wait, or if we're going to approve this and then committee for the next revision next month, if we're going to keep revising these. But I think if schools, well, we're not going to be in school till October. By then, I don't know what to say, but that's my feeling about some specifics, that I understand that the actual document going to get stamped for approval by the governor or Department of Ed, the details don't matter, but I do feel strongly that our own policy should be very detailed.
I'd like to echo what Jill's saying. I think it is important that our document, our policy itself is more specific. Just to I think it's better that we set a better standard to what actually students have to be wearing, instead of students coming in and then it not meeting requirements and then creating issues that easily could have been avoided.
So the restart plan itself was submitted to the county office, and he approved that plan for us to approve tonight, which is making sure that we're following the code and what's appropriate, particularly for moving the day out, the start time, the in-person start time out. The policy, in terms of the amount of detail that goes into the policy, that sounds like something we have to bring back into a committee and see if we can structure something. I'm not sure I'm 100% in agreement, but I could be convinced. But I at this point, the detail, I'm thinking along the lines of policy and regulation, where the details spelled out in the regulation that is attached to the policy, as opposed to the policy spelling out too much of the detail, causing policy revisions when you could make regulation revisions without first and second approvals, or make those administratively. But I fully understand that what you read about, what Jill read about a face mask, was a lot more detailed than face covering, which could include pulling someone's t-shirt up over their nose when they walk through the door. So we can be more specific about that, and we can achieve that, I'm sure.
Okay. Thanks. So, Steve, I stole your thunder because you were on this policy.
Not at all. It's perfectly fine with me.
So, so this
ahead.
is, so again, this is going, like you said, is it living? It sounds like, or maybe Zach said this, I forgot which one of you said it's more of like a living thing. I guess the plan is sort of fixed, but this policy, because of changing things and we're still getting more guidance, is living. So
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all fluid right now, but I just wanted to make sure that that was the case.
Yeah, the intention of the plan is that, you know, we are assuring the county that we're and assuring the state that, you know, we're doing the social distancing, we're providing the various sanitizers and keeping the checklists and all of the things that are necessary as a part of our overarching plan, that we have a virtual program, not necessarily delineating the specifics of the virtual program.
also on that policy, it says the appendices must be attached. I guess the appendices from the have to be attached to this policy, and they're not in this current form. I think the very bottom of the policy, it states that.
It states that after every key subject area too.
Right. So the appendices should be part of this. I guess for second reading, it will be, or
Yep.
does this have to be, if there are going to be a lot of changes? I guess we're still keeping it as first reading, and goes back to personnel for the cleanup, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Also, Barry, you mentioned, no, AJ, you mentioned that the principals are making a video on safety and what the kids and what teachers and students should expect to see in a classroom and how to wear a mask and all that. That's why I think it's important to get what we want as a board and district and administration. Like, if we want to have higher standards than just face covering and more specifics, it's really science shows are better and work and others don't, that should be in place before those videos, or, you know, it should be in sync.
Right, consistent with what's written. Yep.
If I could just put a nuance of a clarification, just so the principals watching are not having heart attacks right now.
Right.
We had talked about the fact that the high school had the capacity to make a video, and they took it upon themselves to initiate that. And some of us had thought prior to that it would be a good way for parents to see what was going on. So the high school having the capacity to do that with students and staff and making their own video, when we talked about it in public relations, we talked about, you know, it'd be great for having them go to each school and carry that forth so that each school could have the same capacity to put out that video. So if I were an elementary or middle school principal watching this tonight, I might be thinking, oh my God, how am I going to make a video? So it's going to be handled by the staff and at the high school, the student club, I imagine, that does the videos, and they're looking forward to doing that, and we'll do that for each school, or at least you know, prototypes of the schools, that this is what your elementary classroom will look like, and this is what the hallways passages will look like. So we will be doing that, but I just wanted to make sure that those principals who didn't have the capacity understood they were getting help from the high school.
Mr. Singer, did you have more?
I unfortunately have a lot more. Not on this policy though, so I don't have anything on 1648.
Anyone else on 1648? Okay.
I'm moving down to regulation 2260. I'm going to first note that in a lot of these affirmative action um, policies, and we have a number of them that interact. There is reference to regulation 5570, and that needs to be changed to 5750 because 5570 doesn't really exist. So that's just a uniform change that needs to be searched for and changed. But my question regarding 2260 is if under section B, it says all complaints shall be investigated and resolved following the complaint procedure set forth in 5750. Why does it go on to have the procedure there in 2260? And the procedure is, it doesn't have the whole procedure under that is under 5750. So is that an error that should be resolved by removing the procedure from 2260?
That's something that we'll have to check on and bring that back. I can't answer off the top of my head.
Okay. I'm going to move on then to 3362 unless anyone else had anything on 2260. All right, in 3362, which I of course can't find at the exact moment, on page 2, section 2D, it says that the last line on page 2. It says the affirmative action officer may request a staff member involved in the investigation to assist in the investigation. I don't understand that line because the way I'm reading it is if a member is involved in an investigation as a party, they should not be involved in the investigation. If they're already involved in the investigation as a non-party, aren't they already assisting? So I'm trying to figure out what the intention of this language is. Now, again, this might be a Strauss Esme, so we don't have that, but it seemed very odd to me.
It seems like a mistake. You can't be involved in investigating yourself.
What page is that on?
Page 2.
Page
This is 3362 regulation, the bottom of page 2.
I'm finding it hard to scroll through when there are 77 pages altogether instead of just individual links for the
I killed a lot of trees this week.
What's that?
I killed a lot of trees this week.
Oh, wow, you printed them out. So,
you're right in that one. Little small letter D, right? It does seem kind of odd.
Yeah.
You're right.
So that might be
Something's
I mean,
missing.
that might be a question for Strauss Esme, but it's something that bears inquiry, I think. The other problem I had with 3362 is that I don't see any process for the board receiving notification if the policy is violated. In other words, if there's a sexual harassment of a teacher and it's been investigated and determined that it is a sexual harassment, I don't see anything in here suggesting that the board get a copy of that determination. And it seems to me like that's something that we would want to receive.
okay.
I think it's implied that if there was someone involved in sexual harassment, that there would be a disciplinary procedure that would follow under the normal.
Well, and I'm not concerned about the disciplinary procedure. That's definitely set forth here. The only reference to the board really receiving notification of a sexual harassment charge in our determination is if the person appeals to you and is not satisfied with that appeal, then they can appeal to the board. And the way I'm reading this is that's the first and only notice that the board would get. You know,
Is that-
what the practice would actually be might not be that, but it's just unclear to me.
You want to know if the board usually or should be getting information
Well,
as
and I have the same question on the affirmative action violations. It again lays forth the same exact procedure, which does not involve notification to the board of a determination one way or the other, or of the initiation of an investigation, so far as I see it. Now, we get notices of HIBs and the determination made therein. I don't understand why we would not get notification of affirmative action violations and sexual harassment violations.
So the HIB law requires a series of steps that take place with an unusual amount of detail, right down to the number of days that the certification, the investigations have to take place, and specifically involves the Board of Education, unlike any policy I've ever seen. And so this was a very emotional time where they wrote a very, very strict policy. Not that sexual harassment is anything less, but typically what the board is saying here is that it has a policy that, you know, we don't accept sexual harassment of teaching staff members or support staff members or students, and that there should be a procedure for investigating that. There are many other things that the board does not accept and expects the administration to follow through with progressive discipline that you would not hear about until it got to a certain level. And so if, you know, if there was a sexual harassment case that was of a certain nature, you might hear about it even before the investigation's finished, because I would be calling up the board president saying, we have this incident that took place and I want the board to know about it because of its severity. And then there may be something that is of not as of severe nature and may not even come out to be true. And then like a whole variety of issues that happens throughout the course of a school year involving staff that never gets before you. Otherwise, you'll be the personnel department.
No, and that's fine. I'm not suggesting that we need to have notification of every investigation. I'm just suggesting that there's no notification of determinations in here. And, you know, while I trust that you would and the administration would notify us if there was a determination of sexual harassment or violation of affirmative action, there's nothing in the policy suggesting that you have to. So I'm just pointing that out, just putting it out there.
Well, is that something you want to discuss having added to the policy?
There's no harm in adding it to the policy, because we would, you know, it would be negligence for us to find an investigation of a guilty party and not do anything about it. And if we were doing something about it, we would be notified.
I mean, in the past, some of you have been on the board for a while. Have you heard? Have you been notified? And if so, how? Or did that? I mean, I know we can't go into details, but just as a.
Well, I mean, generally these things would involve if there was some guilt, if there was any guilt whatsoever, it would
litigation, right?
Disciplinary action that you would be notified of.
I think that our board counsel worked a lot with Dr. Villani on all of these. So I'm taking notes, and there's a good chance that she's watching the meeting, taking notes. And I don't think it hurts to have all of Steve's questions and comments just, you know, run by board counsel. It wasn't just Strauss Esme, I don't think, on most of these affirmative action type policies. So.
And that is an excellent suggestion. We really should, when we're dealing with this kind of policy and this potential level of.
I just wanted to follow up. Oh, I'm sorry, Tom. Are you?
Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up with one of Steve's questions about the affirmative action policy and how it removes the comprehensive equity plan. So we do have a comprehensive equity plan policy. It's policy 1523. And then inside the policy, it says the statute is NJAC space 6A:7. So just wanted to make that clear. So really having the the comprehensive equity plan inside the affirmative action plan is almost redundant.
Thanks, Zach. I appreciate that. All right, I'm going to move on then to 5750 policy. So, and again, understanding that this is mandatory policy and it came down from Strauss Esme. The word minority is used frequently throughout the policy, but is not defined as to what would constitute a minority. So I'm curious as to what the intended use of the word of that particular term is throughout, because in some places there's listing of race, creed, religion, etc. In some places it's simply minorities. So I don't know what that means in that context without more information. I can move on if we want to. Looking at the second page, number 2, and it says attainment within each school minority representation that approximates the school district's overall minority representation. That language doesn't make any, that doesn't mean anything to me. So I was wondering if anyone can clarify what that actually meant.
I think we have to take these back. And,
Okay, that's fine. So that's it's language that I don't understand, and I'm just I want to understand clearly. I can move on to number 11, which talks about the reduction or prevention of underrepresentation of minority, female, or male students, including in advanced classes. And while I appreciate and I support the sentiment, I'm interested in how it's going to be implemented. So I'm curious if there will be substantive changes in line with this particular section, such as our move from a system in which we have parents advocate for AI or E versus having a universal screening. Is that is that in part to address this? And if so, what happens if that universal screening continues to result in what at least might be perceived to be an underrepresentation of minority or female or male students? And again, Tom, I can put these in writing to you if you prefer.
yeah, I mean, that particular problem is what's known as the achievement gap, and we would have to put into place measures to try to close that achievement gap.
Mm-hmm. All right, then I'm going to move on to number 17. Page 1, 2, 4. 17 says that tests or guidance or counseling materials are non-biased or stereotyped on the basis of race, creed, color, national origin, ancestry, age, marital status, affectional or sexual orientation, gender, religion, disability, or socioeconomic status. My question for this one is, who determines whether testing or guidance materials are biased under this section? Because I'm concerned that there is a confluence of certain areas of curriculum, such as, in particular, sexual ed, where they're talking about sexual education or sexual orientation, which may run afoul of issues of bias in the context of religious belief. So I'm just curious, whose take on bias is that, or is there a committee that is formed, a curriculum committee that is formed to review those kinds of issues? The language is concerning to me.
A part of the curriculum process and textbook process would have a review for any particular bias that jumps out, and then that's where complexities would have to be sorted out, and and worked out if there was any particular issues that what both sides, multiple sides of the community feeling that one person's bias is another person's belief.
Right, and that's why I have some concerns about that particular language. All right, and then I'm going to move on to number 19, where it says that locker rooms and showers are separated on the basis of gender. I just wanted clarification as to whether this is intended to be separated based on the gender identity of the student or the biological sex of the student, particularly in light of the fact that number 20, when it talks about separate teams, talks about sex and not gender. So I was just wondering if there was intended, again, and I wouldn't write this, intended to be consistency between the two sections, or if there was purposefully changed.
That's something I think we should have a legal opinion on.
So this is just my opinion, but I think the difference of the two is in regards to athletic programs is that's under the jurisdiction of the I mess it up every time.
NJSIA.
Yeah, I think that's that, but I can be completely wrong, but that's what I think it's based off of.
And that may be the case. I just want to make sure that if the NJSIAA says that we have to have, I don't know how they address gender identity. So if someone is uncomfortable with the assigned locker room, is that something that is addressed by them, or is that something that's addressed in this policy?
That would be our situation to sort out, not the athletic association.
All right, I'm almost done with this. Just a couple more things. On the last page, there's some minor errors where it says a staff member's act of derision or enmity in any form, violation of this policy. Clearly, the words need to be added so that it's in violation of the policy. I think that was just a mistake in terms of
Where the last page, but where in the last page? Like in the paragraph?
it says, yeah, it's in the main paragraph. It says a staff member's act of derision or enmity in any form. It's about halfway into the paragraph, right before the stricken language.
But it shall not be tolerated. It says shall not tolerate it.
Yeah, I didn't get there yet, AJ. You're reading ahead of me. So, yeah, so there we need to have language added just to say in violation of the policy, and shall not be tolerated, and shall result in. So that language just needs to be tightened up. The only other comment I have on this this policy is that 1140 policy 1140 and policy 2260 are duplicative and have duplicative of relevant portions of this policy. So I'm wondering if we should make sure that there are references to each so that if any of those are changed, we know then to change the others. Now I understand that we employ Strauss Esme, whose job it is to make sure that that's universally done. But in reviewing all of these today, I was going back and forth between them all and trying to make sure that there was consistency. And in some instances, there's not. I'm sure it'll all be tightened up before it gets to second reading.
What was it? A duplicative of?
1140 and 2260 are duplicative, and then those languages are duplicative of a portion of 5750.
Okay.
I'm done. That's it.
Good work.
Yeah, thank you for going
Steve?
through that level of detail.
Should any of these policies wind up in academic committee, you are sending an email with this information, correct?
I certainly can.
All right.
Speaking of that suggestion, Steve, I'm not sure I got every single note. Did you have that in sort of an outline that we could make sure we don't?
I will absolutely do that. Yes.
Inbox of Joe's.
That would be very helpful.
Sure, we'll do. I'll send it to you. Tom and Karen, I'll just send it to both of you regardless. And Jackie, I'll copy you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion on policy? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Joshi,
Yes.
Mr. Malik,
Yes.
Mr. Singer,
Yes.
Mr. Walker,
Yes.
Mrs. Gladstone,
Yes.
Mrs. Barlow.
Yes, motion carries. We are now up to old business. Does anyone have any old business? I'm not sure if this falls under old or new, but for the board retreat that we have coming up September 24th, we have not discussed a specific time. I don't know if we want it at the same time as the board meetings at 7:30 or if we'd like to start a little bit earlier.
What day is the 24th?
It's a Thursday.
What is it?
It's a Thursday.
Okay, yeah,
Thanks.
so I'm fine with whatever time.
Anyone a preference?
It's my first retreat, so I don't know how long they usually go. But if they go long, I'd suggest we start earlier, like 6:30.
I like 6:30,
Okay, so any objection to 6:30?
but we could also run it by the two who are not here and Jean Lee if she's on board by then. So I mean I'm flexible. I'm sure all of us are mostly flexible, but if it's
Yeah, and I also need to confirm with Gwen as well.
oh that's right.
But I'll see if we can get it started for them. And Dr. Ficara, you're okay with the 6:30 if we can get it? Okay, thanks. Anything else for old business? Okay, new business?
Yeah, I just have one thing in new business, and it's about requiring teachers to teach virtually in person at their respective schools. I think teachers should have the choice to teach either in the building or at home. I think so. I have a couple different points. I'll just go through it. So, first of all, I think like the idea that we require the teachers and the administration to, or more specifically the administration, to essentially sift through what's probably going to be hundreds of requests for accommodations and on a case-by-case basis determine how they're going to allocate, how they're going to deal with it. I think there's a much better time that the administration can be spending on preparing to go back to school and preparing on these large-scale issues instead of worrying about this. I think the teacher, like with the changes that we're making to virtual learning, I think we can give teachers the leeway to either teach from home or teach in the school if needed. I think we expect a level of professionalism from them, and I think that they will continue to uphold that professionalism whether they are at home or in school. Second, so I think one thing that I'm struggling with is we spaced out over the span of months the time for teachers to come in and to essentially clean their classrooms. But now we're expecting teachers in a matter of less than 2 weeks to come back in and do it. I don't know, if we had to space it out so much the first time, why aren't we spacing out again? I just don't think it's the right decision. I also think this also raises questions that will have to be answered regardless, because these are in-person questions. But how are we going to be cleaning shared spaces like bathrooms? How often are we going to be cleaning them? Next, Dr. Ficara, he told me that one of the reasons why that they were going to be required to be in person is to allow for professional development. So if they have to be in there for professional development, what about the teachers who have already requested accommodations and are not going to be required to go in? Are these teachers going to be expected to go in, or will they get the professional developed virtually? And I think if the teachers who are getting the professional developed virtually, then all teachers should be able to get the same thing. Or I think if it has to be in person, I think teachers should have teachers should work like either at home or in school, and then have the ability to, and then be required to come in for professional development later in the day. Also, like a family friend of mine, she's a nurse, and she's required to get professional development on trauma online. I think if nurses are required to get online training in something that I think like should be in person, but that's besides the point. I think teachers should also be able to have the option to get it online. And if it means we have to wait longer before we give out the professional development, I think it's better. I think our teachers' health and safety is more important than rushing out professional development. And if it takes an extra week or two, I think that's fine. Yeah, I'm sorry. I like really rushed through that. I talked a lot faster than I expected to, so I can go through point by point again, much slower if you want.
So if I could, maybe I'll just go from my notes, and then what I missed or didn't get, you could come back, and then I'll go back to the question.
Yeah.
So like the bathroom cleanings and things of that nature were, there's a set schedule for that. It's very specific, and Peter has a good handle on that, and the people who are carrying that out. And I don't. I'll leave that the specifics to him later. But in terms of accommodations and the types of accommodations, we're primarily looking at accommodations now that are accommodations for teachers to stay home. It's really one type of accommodation: stay home and teach virtually. And so when I've been talking to the union, and or the accommodations that we will be giving out, we will be requiring that teachers submit for accommodations. We have a fiduciary responsibility that we cannot just give a carte blanche. So we have to keep records, and if someone submits for an accommodation, we will grant that accommodation in a much more liberal fashion than if students are in the building. So the first line of accommodations will be for people who have a reason, such as a parent care or someone, an medical situations, or child care due to COVID. The accommodations that we will be able to provide to teachers will change drastically on October 12th. So right now, with no children in the building, I will be able to assign accommodations based on people who provide some documentation. So to exaggerate to make a point, but actually we do have these, we've had a few. I would prefer to stay home, so I'd like to, and I'd like an accommodation, and my life would be easier. That's different accommodation than my child's school is closed. My child goes to school in Bridgewater, and there's no school in Bridgewater right now in person, and I would like an accommodation to take care of my child and teach from home, since school is not in session in person, and I could be home and do that, right? So, and we need to have all of this documented. That's going to change October 12th. October 12th, there will be children in the building, and we need staff members in the building who cannot watch children from a computer. They have to be present. So then we have to make a decision as to how we sort out those positions. And that will be based on what we're determining now, what students want to be virtual, primarily K through 6, because they would have to be in cohorts. How many students, then how many teachers, and then proceed in developing a fair way of assigning those assignments if there are more teachers than students who need online.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify something that you're saying. So the accommodations that you're essentially accepting and reviewing are only for the entire year, correct?
No.
So these accommodations are, so the first accommodations that you're looking at is this 1 month span of when we're in virtual learning, and then you're going to reassess once we move back to the hybrid model.
That's correct.
So I don't understand why we're wasting administrative time going through this 1 month period when we're going to have to redo it again instead of just having only focusing on a 1 year program. And a 1 year accommodate, like the entire year accommodation. I think the administration can be spending better time preparing to get back into school and preparing the professional development that both the nurses and teachers and support staff all need, instead of on a 1 month basis reviewing all of these different requests for accommodations, and then in another month reviewing these same accommodations, when in a month the administration is going to have even more challenges and more questions that are going to be raised once we're actually back in school. I think, and if the issue is having some sort of documentation on whether teachers are either in the school or at home, I think the very simple thing to do is to ask the teachers to tell us are you going to be at home or are you going to be in person?
So first of all, there are teachers who prefer to be in school. So we will be bringing back teachers.
Yeah, and that's exactly, I think, but then on the flip side of that coin, you have teachers who do not, in this first month, they do not want to go back if they're not able to get some type of accommodation. So I think we should be, like, I don't understand why we're trying to, allow teachers to transition into another, hectic and crazy year, and we're just throwing another wrench into it when we don't have to throw that wrench into it.
So I respectfully disagree. I don't think it's throwing a wrench. I think we have to run a highly organized and efficient organization, which requires me to be able to say who's in work and who isn't coming to work and why they are not coming to work. I cannot.
But the issue is whether or not they're coming into work. You just look at whether or not they are in the Google Classrooms and they are actually engaging in the virtual learning. I don't think it matters if they're in their classroom or they're in their house.
Well, part of the reason we're asking for the teachers to come back is because we found that, particularly at the secondary level, there are technical aspects of setting up a classroom where some of the children are live in front of you in person, and some of the children are in cohort groups. And that particular setup, we want teachers to be familiar with how that works and being able to set it up themselves. And that's part of the instructional professional development that we want.
Okay, so if the issue is having in-person professional development, I don't understand why teachers, we are having the 4-hour model. I don't understand why teachers are required to be there for the 4-hour model. So I don't understand why they have to be required there when no matter what, they have to transition from teaching to professional development, when that time to transition from teaching to professional development can include the ability, can allow teachers to transition from going from their house to go into the classroom or the schools where they will get that professional development if it has to be in person.
Zach, can I just let me interject? Can I?
I understand your question. I just think we have two different views on it. My view is that if I'm going to responsibly be in charge of an organization this size, it is my fiduciary responsibility to require people to come to work because we closed because we could not accept the children. We did not close because of COVID. We did not close. I mean, COVID was the driving force. We closed, as I said in the beginning of my presentation, because we could not guarantee that we could take in all the children and manage everything the way we could manage it. That was not a decision made because we couldn't bring the teachers back. So then we wanted to bring the teachers back because some have requested to teach in their classrooms, and because we want to be sure that teachers have access to more of the materials and that they get to use them. That said, because we do not have children left in the class coming to school every day, we would give out accommodations from those who requested them with a reasonable reason as to why they couldn't come home from work and perform their duties from home. And I think that's reasonable to ask someone, if you don't want to come to work, fill out a piece of paper and a form and explain why and provide the documentation.
Could I just
You could
make
go
one?
but I think that's my position, and I just cannot imagine doing it and just having a carte blanche for the next month. Come if you feel like it, and don't come if you don't.
Not related to that, but I just wanted to bring up one professional development thing, just in case teachers are listening. I don't want people to be confused by this. We are capable of doing virtual professional development in the same way we did in the spring. And in fact, we're ready to go the first 2 days of school. And then for, the afternoons for the next month, so that teachers will be supported. What Dr. Ficarra was talking about before with the model of professional development is actually in the instance where you have like high school teachers who at some point, within a month are going to wind up in this hybrid model where they're teaching both the kids in front of them and the kids virtually. We actually I can't say we, it was actually a group of supervisors in order to write our FAQs, which we're going to be distributing soon to teachers. They actually had to do it themselves. So they went into a classroom and, kind of practiced how they would record if somebody were teaching, and there were some students sitting in the classroom and some who were virtual from other rooms. And so there is a point at which like teachers who are going to wind up teaching this model would have to really try it out, because, we did it and we can give people like an overview of things to consider and different ways to manage a classroom. But it's going to be important that people, kind of get used to that space and figure out how it is to manage a classroom with both of those aspects running at the same time. That's the part Dr. Ficarra was talking about, but we are ready for the virtual professional development as well.
So you were close to getting everybody in hybrid then. And so this is basically enhancing everything for a hybrid model with virtual. I mean, I do have some questions why they need to be in the building, but I mean, but if they ask for accommodations, it can be supported. You know what I mean? So we do have avenues there to support that also.
And
it's a tough one. It's a really, it's
also one, at the beginning of the presentation, I tried to make it clear, and maybe I wasn't clear enough, that we weren't making decisions that because of a rise in COVID or because of the current situation, it is unsafe for people to come into our building. There are schools that are opening. We were prepared to open, which means bringing staff back. We made a determination on the basis that we did not feel we had all the details worked out, furniture moved, equipment in place, instructional models in place, health training in place. We did not have enough of those models in place and systems in place to safely bring back the children into the building. A separate issue is bringing back 900 teachers is different than bringing back 8,600 students. In the guidelines, the 900 teachers, if you count numbers, would only be 1/3 of one cohort. It would be one cohort of the high school, would be equivalent to the entire staff. So bringing the entire staff back, spread out over 11 different buildings, pre-K to 12, I did not see and do not see a danger there.
So I'm not really focused on the danger. I just think that the administration has better time and essentially bigger fish to fry than going through two separate accommodation requirements. And you commented earlier about how you don't want it to be, oh, I feel like coming in today, I'll come in today, I won't. You can very, very simply say, teachers, you have the option to pick one or the other. I think, and I just don't understand. Like, I understand where you're coming from, how you want the teachers to come to work. But coming to work nowadays is me going onto my Google Meet and going into it. That is the same thing with going to class. It doesn't matter if I'm in my bedroom or I'm in a lecture hall. At the end of the day, all that the work that is going to be done is through the laptop and virtually. So I don't understand. I just don't understand the final reasoning to why we have to do it. And I understand that I'm a member of one of 9, well, right now only one of 8, but I just think it's my responsibility to bring this issue up when I think that the administration is wasting time.
So in terms of the administration wasting time, I don't believe it's a waste of time, because we have to sort through the accommodations, and they will be the same accommodations, and then we have to rank them and reapprove the same accommodations, not based on a difference in terms of the accommodations, but based on the difference in whether or not we can offer virtual positions. And we're going to have to do that, whether we let everyone apply for accommodation now or we let them apply for an accommodation later. I would rather begin sorting through those accommodations now than begin sorting through them on October 1st, and then may have to come out and say, we can't figure it out on October 12th. So administratively, I think we're taking an approach that will help us solve the problem at the end.
And I think we need to agree to disagree here and hire Dr. Ficara to run the schools. We need to let him run the schools, and I think that's within his realm here. So just my personal input on the situation. I think the concerns have been discussed and raised, and I'm not sure that we're going to get any further at this point.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm sorry. I just have a little issue with what you said. I understand that it doesn't matter if Tom is a interim superintendent or a full-time superintendent. It is his duty to run the school district, but it is also our duty to voice the concerns of the community. And as we have a board have seen both in public comment and through emails that there is concern about the teachers returning in person, and there's concern among the staff. I think it's also just the responsibility of a board member and the board in general to be supervising and if Tom is doing the day-to-day, I think it's the duty of the board to be doing large-scale things. And right now, this is my large-scale thinking. I'm done.
Okay, and I wasn't objecting to you speaking, Zach. I think absolutely it was good to bring it up and to discuss it. But I think at this point, on both sides, the issue has been raised and the rationale on both sides have been shared. And so that's all I was saying. I don't think that we're going to get any further here. And I think at this point, and again, my opinion, and it may not be shared by others, we did hire Dr. Ficara to do this job, and I think we need to support him.
So just to be clear, with the change from hybrid to remote, is the period to submit an accommodation request still open for these staff members?
Yes.
Thanks.
Jill?
And if a person asks for accommodation for just this time, but will go in when the students are back, I mean, do you expect to see a lot of that? You can.
Yes, because as districts around us go back, the childcare will be less.
Right.
And
Right.
And then there's people have to make decisions. So, for example, the way the process is envisioned is that if we are still sorting out how many children want parents want them to be on a distance learning. At the secondary level, that's not a problem because they will all be live streaming into the classrooms. At the elementary level, pre-K through 5, we will be having there's not a lot of age appropriate, it's not as much age appropriate use of computer and for live streaming into a classroom. So there we see ourselves having cohorts of students put together as a classroom, a virtual classroom. And then the teachers who put in for accommodations would receive those accommodations first in terms of medical, and second in terms of need beyond medical, like childcare. And I've been discussing with the union the fair way to do that would be to. I'm not speaking for them in an agreement yet. We've been just talking about this. Would be that we start with a seniority basis. If we have, for example, 150 requests for accommodations that were granted during the month of October, and we would then decided that we had 75 virtual positions, the remaining 75 teachers. The first 75 teachers, according to the procedure we laid out, we get notification that you will continue your virtual assignment. And the second 75 would be given notice that we do not have a virtual position for you. We would be explaining how we went about making those decisions and asking people to make a determination as to whether they want to choose one of the leaves that are available or come back to school. And then they would have to notify us. And we're trying to make sure we get this done during the month of September.
So they would have you're saying they would have, if a person had an accommodation, they would have a choice to continue or not, or they would just be assigned to continue to be.
Well, if they would have a choice to, if they had an accommodation and we had a virtual position for them, and they were in the, just picking a number, the first 75, then they would be told you can continue in this manner and you will be assigned a class because we have a position for you. The second 75, again, just picking a number, would be told, we're sorry, but we cannot give you an accommodation to work virtually because we do not have a position for you. There are various leaves that you may qualify for, and you can select one or come back to work.
Thanks. And I understand where Zach is coming from. I know, but there's also and I feel like with Jack, what Jackie said, we hired you to run the district and you know what documentation is needed. And I also heard you say several times that you're very liberal in this, especially this first month. And, just.
We are well aware that, and it has been a very long-term core value of mine is that if we're operating a school district, the people who have the most face time and the biggest impact directly on children or teachers, we will not go out of our way to be as accommodating as possible. Right. I don't want angry teachers coming back to school, but on the flip side of that, we do have other responsibilities that we have to be accountable for.
Okay, thank you.
Any other new business? Okay, we have our next meetings on September 8th, and we have another one September 22nd, regular meetings, and we have the board retreat on September 24th. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Have a great evening, everyone. Thank you very much.
Good night.